about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. Once again, it is a lovely Frederica Friday, which means that it's Higurashi time. Before we get right into it, I do want to give two little heads ups. One is that the first scene in this today's stream is going to have yet again some pretty cringe lines that I'm going to kind of skim over. So, sorry, be aware of that. And number two is, in today's stream, we are definitely going to be getting to some of the stuff listed in the content warning on the start page for this arc in particular. So, if any of that's going to be trouble for you, you should know ahead of time. Please refer to that if you need a refresher. So, there you go. Jam Jam, thank you for renewing your channel membership. And hi, Atropos, thank you for being here for just a little bit. I'm sure you'll know when we're starting to get to that point, but appreciate it. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything else necessarily to go over before we get started. So, yeah, I guess we'll just jump right in. Let's get going. Alright then, I'm off. Look out for cars! Be back before dinner time! Today was the day of the barbecue party that was the Hinamizawa Fighters' victory celebration. Junepop 45 with the $5. JFK voice. Nothing bad ever happens to Satoko. Yeah, well, one can only wish. Of course, I, having prepared myself, skipped breakfast in order to stay hungry. Though with all the club members coming, it was pretty possible there would be a contest based on how fast or how much you could eat. The fucking Rena jump scare? Thank you for the very normal... I hope that the game doesn't continue to have glitches, oh no. Rena was already at our usual meeting place. Mion arrived a few minutes later. Great! Let's get going! This old man skipped breakfast and is starving to death. I expected nothing less. I too went without breakfast and now am now in top physical condition.
Wow, you two, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Rena made sure to eat something.
Yeah, you're great, Rena. Breakfast is an important part of the day. I'm sure you'll surpass that underdeveloped Mion, get yourself a nice sexy body, and be all over the dirty magazines. Shut up, Keiichi. That's not the line I was talking about, by the way. It gets far worse later.
Oh, the dirty magazines. If I get a nice body, then maybe a prince on a white horse will come for Rena too? For Rena too?
Definitely not happening. If you won't take responsibility for them, Kei-chan, then don't give Rena any silly ideas. She might start eating breakfast 3 times a day starting tomorrow. Yeah, I could see Rena doing that. Wait, who did this gluttonous princess think was going to come for her? Well, anyway, we're all nice and hungry. Let's go and treat ourselves at the big barbecue party. Yeah! The venue for said barbecue was to be the Furude Shrine Grounds where Rika-chan lived. They held events and festivals there, and barbecues too. It was the place that held all sorts of ceremonies in Hinamizawa. Come to think of it, there was supposed to be a big village festival coming up, wasn't there? Watanagashi or something. The scenery you could see from high up was fairly superb, and the calm atmosphere particular to shrines was something fairly difficult to find in the city. We left our bicycles at the bottom of the shrine steps and broke into a mad dash up the stairs. When we arrived on the shrine grounds, the Hinamizawa fighters and their fathers had already gathered and had begun setting up for the barbecue early. Of course, Satoko and Rika-chan were there as well. When they noticed our arrival, they waved to us.
Oh, so you managed not to forget about this. Curses! If you all hadn't come, there would be that much more meat for me. How truly disappointing it is.
You underestimate us, Satoko. Now that we've arrived, you don't think you'll be able to have even one bite of that fabulously marbled beef, do you? Remember when we ate our bento here? You and I had a fatal difference in reach. I'll be overwhelming you once again.
What? I cannot allow that to happen by any means.
Cry and shout all you want. You'll just be watching us fill our mouths with beef. Don't worry, though. We'll give the peppers and onions to you.
I'll give Satoko lots and lots of the grilled squash, too.
When Satoko heard the word squash, her complexion changed color. When she took my overwhelming reach into account, she knew it wasn't just a threat. It could actually happen. I'll go tell the coach. I'll tell him you really love squash. If it's for you, I bet he'll get a whole mountain of specialty squash from all over Japan. Wow, good for you, Satoko. You'll have your pick of the squash. You can have squash from dawn till dusk, 3 meals a day.
What? Rena! Everyone's bullying me!
Satoko tried to leap into Rena's chest. Oh no. Clearly, given another second, Rena's mock punches would have us plied out onto the ground. So just before Satoko hit Rena, I grabbed her by the nape of the neck and pulled her back. A superb reaction with only seconds of foresight, at least it was supposed to be. But for Rena, when I caught the leaping, crying Satoko, it looked like I was keeping her to myself. Bam, bam, bam!
Oh, no, Keiichi-kun. This is Rena's, okay? I'm taking her home. Rena-san! Beat up Mion-san and Rika like that, too.
Whoa, hold on there!
Okay, now where could Rika be? There she is! Rena-san, over there! Just wait, Satoko-chan. I'll take care of her right away. Then I'm bringing you straight home. Meep. Meep! Satoko, you're mean. Oh, Rika-chan's so cute too. Oh, I'm gonna take her home. Oh! Rika, it serves you right.
Satoko laughed in a shrill voice at Rika-chan and Rena's unproductive game of tag while we watched them, sprawled out on the ground. Are you alright, Maibara-san? Sonozaki-san? The coach came over and lent us a hand. Yeah, this is just how we communicate, that's all. Don't mind us. If the way we communicate ends up leaving bruises on my face, then I don't want any more to do with it. You never learn, do you? Laughed the coach loudly. It made us start to laugh too. Satoko's laughter, Rika-chan's yelling, and Rena's strange voice were kind of comfortable to hear. Yeah, that's what I was warning you guys about. There's gonna be a bit of Irie cringe. Some pretty bad Irie cringe on top of that. Like, once he gets done with his bit of cringe, he's, like, sort of tolerable for the rest of the scene, but it fucking sucks. The adults here knew what they were doing, so the barbecue was ready in short order. As the salad oil dripped down onto the plate with a hiss, there was a loud cheer. When the coach brought over a big plate with all the meat on it, we all cheered again.
Wow, this meat looks amazing. Coach, you really did splurge on it.
I did make a promise. Can you tell how much all of this weighs? It really did cost me a lot.
Of course it did. Third-rate meat wouldn't be enough of a reward for everything I did yesterday. Yeah, Satoko-chan's definitely the guest of honor today.
Yeah, Satoko was the one who hit that last home run after all. She might have caught the guy off guard, but the arc it flew was long and true.
Satoko is pretty athletic.
Not bad at all. She could be one of the best of our generation. She doesn't fall behind in physical ability even compared to me.
Maybe Satoko-chan has a big future in the world of sports. Oh! Stop singing my praises. You're making me blush. Mensch, mensch.
Satoko, for whom the excessive praise made her not notice the moderately grilled meat being stolen one after the other, was just far too cute.
Maibara-san! This is heavy!
Tomitoko and Okamura-kun were carrying something over to us. It was a huge barbecue plate. Whoa! The barbecue's protagonist has arrived! Was Irie this cringy in the anime? I don't remember him being this bad. He's about as cringy, yeah. He says the same, like, shitty lines as he does in the VN. It's just that the VN has more of them by virtue of it being longer. BP, no. They just carry on. Sorry. It's not a Numi Neko situation. It doesn't get better with time. The plate was chock full of skewers with vegetables and meat on them. The grilled, burning hot meat juices made a shh noise as they drizzled off. You need a lot of heat for cooking something on a metal skewer, so they had grilled the whole plate at once.
Yep, can't be a barbecue without some of these.
You can say that again. I'll help out, so let's get it over there. Up we go!
Wow! Look! It's amazing!
Everyone greeted us with a cheer. Each person received a skewer with vegetables and big pieces of meat on it. They also received paper cups filled to the brim with juice. In my right hand were pounds of piping hot barbecue. Hold on just a second. There we go. In the left was a cup of juice that I could chug down. If this didn't make you want to dance, you weren't a man. What? I can't hold back any longer. I'm gobbling it down. Gobble, gobble. Not just yet, Kei-chan. We've got a little ceremony first. Can I have your attention, everyone? The coach, with a cup of beer in his hand, mounted the nearby beer cooler. This was supposed to be a victory celebration, after all. We needed an opening statement. Damn, hope it ends soon. For every second this goes on, a little more of the food's freshness goes away. What? Satoko stomped down onto the back of my foot.
My word, men your age are so greedy. Can you not wait a little more elegantly?
Is everything I'm thinking really showing on my face? Okay, is everyone listening? We won a huge game yesterday. It had become a hard battle after the amazing pitcher came in, but thanks to equally reliable saviors on our side, we scored a beautiful turnaround victory. Both my hands were full, so the adults and older brothers gave us a round of applause. This is to celebrate that victory. As promised, I got a ton of delicious meat for everyone. Eat as much as you want and use that energy in our next game. Then, after a few words of thanks to the fathers and brothers who helped with the barbecue, he led us in a toast. Cheers! They say that when toasting, you would normally down the contents of your cup. But we were young. At the toast, all of us immediately began to dig into our skewers. After that, it got really lively, with everyone congratulating one another for the things they did during the game. Like how someone made a great catch, or how awesome someone looked when stealing a base. Of course, they congratulated me too, the savior who appeared to fight against the Koshien pitcher. Well, even what I did was all thanks to Satoko. Satoko did have a plan, but you're the one who you're the only one who could have won over Kameda like you did, Kei-chan. You did more than enough to deserve praise.
By the way, Keiichi-kun, you went to eat cake with Kamida-kun after that, didn't you? You looked like you were best friends.
Seeds of friendship sprouting between male rivals, something like that.
And that's sort of, well, it's... how...
I violently brushed through Rena's hair as she turned red in the face for some reason at the mention of friendship between males, dispersing her pleasant-seeming ideas. Now then, where's the hero, or rather the heroine, Satoko? Oh, there she is. Satoko was with Rika-chan in the middle of bragging her heart out about the home run yesterday, and her teammates spared no compliment for her, since even though he was going easy on her, the fact that she hit a throw from a Koshien pitcher was something else. Satoko was more loquacious than usual. It seemed she was in a great mood. She was flying so high that I thought for a moment about getting a word in to tease her, but she was the leading actress today, so I decided not to bully her at all. As I watched Satoko going at things as lively as usual under the sun, it struck me that it didn't quite line up with the pleasant time I'd spent with her. But both of those were the real Satoko. I didn't care which it was, her smiling happily or making a big lively fuss like this, just as long as she would keep smiling like this forever. She looks like she's having fun. Quite a lot of it. The coach had approached me from behind before I realized it. As he gazed at Satoko from afar, like I had been doing, he addressed me, so I could tell he was talking about her. Doesn't it just cleanse your soul to see Satoko-chan smiling? He smiled, refreshed, searching for confirmation. I felt a little embarrassed to admit it, so against my better judgment, I played it off. Really? I don't think her smile could cleanse so much as a plate. I'm sure Satoko-chan would be mad if she heard that, but that part of her's very cute too. Leaving her cuteness aside, I could understand him thinking Satoko getting angry for being teased would be funny. Mr. Iria, was it? It's Irie. Everyone else calls me Coach, though. I'd be very happy if you called me Coach as well, my bro-san. As he said that, Coach Irie smiled, blushing a little. Coach, you seem to like Satoko a lot. I didn't have any real basis for saying that, it was just what I felt to be true. Okay, yeah, here come the cringe lines. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, shut up. This guy really says some insane stuff, doesn't he? After being astonished by this, I hurried to put my mind back in order. I'd heard that this coach guy was the kind of person who said crazy things out of nowhere. According to Mion, if I took everything he said seriously, I physically wouldn't be able to take it. If I was able to ignore that part of him, he seemed like he'd be a really funny guy. My bro-san. Did that surprise you? Could it be? Yeah, uh-huh. Shut up. Okay. Anywho. Coach gave a dry grin and laughed. Was this how I should be doing it? I must somehow master the art of responding to this coach guy. After that, I received many words of praise for my actions, almost too many. As that conversation was happening, leaving aside the controversial statements this coach person would spout suddenly, I learned he was a very composed and not a bad guy by any stretch. Okay, Keiichi. I think there's like one or two more questionable lines after this, but for the most part, this scene is gonna even out until another person shows up and kicks the joke back up again for a second. Dee, like, the answer is, like, no. Like, as it's written, it's supposed to be that he's just joking. He's just making a funny joke, but it's not a funny joke, though, which is why I don't want to read it. But as far as I can tell, though, the intention is no. It's just in poor taste. Atropos with the $2. The correct way to respond to Irie. Violence. Yes. I think Satoko deserves more praise for that crazy home run she got. I honestly didn't think she had it in her. Satoko-chan's older brother was more the quiet bookworm type. She probably inherited the exact opposite skill set. Her brother? Right, he meant Satoshi. The one who left Satoko and ran away from home. Satoko's Nini. Satoshi Hojo. Do you not know about him? Satoko-chan's older brother, I mean? His name is Satoshi Hojo-kun, and he played with the Hinamizawa Fighters too. I wanted him to play a lot more, but then he transferred. I see. So, he transferred. Yeah, maybe this was a little more considerate than saying he ran away. Now that he mentioned it, I think it was Rena. I think she said Satoshi transferred too. I didn't know the details of him having run away from home at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it, but... Only her brother transferred? That's sort of unusual. Everyone having fun was far away, and their cheerful voices distant. The chorus of the cicadas separated us from them, giving me a sense of distance. At first, I thought my own voice was too soft for even me to hear. But for a really long time, Coach didn't respond to my words. So at this point, I began to wonder if I had said something I shouldn't have. Just when I began to feel impatient, Coach finally spoke. Something unfortunate happened. A few things, actually. After informing me that what he was about to say was a secret, Coach began to talk, a little at a time. It's been 3 years already. Right around this time of year, I think. Satoko-chan's parents were in an accident. An accident? Yes. At a public park they visited while on vacation, they fell from a viewing platform. It was supposed to just be a little time away from the house with the family. They went for a walk on a path through a nature park after it rained. There was a little viewing platform that looked like it had a good view. That was the stage on which the tragedy was set. The metal fixtures in the viewing platform fence had deteriorated from time, and with all the rain they had just gotten, they might have loosened somewhat. Right before Satoko's eyes, both the fence and her parents fell. There was a river some tens of meters below. The water level was high due to the rain, and apparently very muddy. And her parents? Coach gave a thin but melancholic smile and touched his paper cup to his lips. Without saying anything, I knew how unfortunate that accident was, and how Satoko's parents had left on an eternal vacation. Then Satoko is... well... I was so focused on being careful with my words that I lost what I was going to say. A single word. Orphaned. I knew how little consideration it showed and how much it would hurt Satoko without having to say it aloud. Come to think of it, Satoko lived with Rika-chan. At least, that's what I thought I heard from others. Wait, Rika-chan. Her father died from illness too, and her mother soon after. I felt like I heard she was living by herself. Yes. She's living with Furude-san right now. They've probably lived many discouraging days without any parents, but they've gotten along by helping each other. Going on living without the protection of parents is very difficult for kids that age, I think. I think, Maibara-san, you can probably understand that as well. I've only survived because I rely on my parents, so the only reply I could give was to nod. Furude-san's particularly beloved by the older people in the village. As long as she's here, she won't want for much. Come to think of it, you're right. Rika-chan kinda seems like the village mascot sometimes. I don't think she'd have a hard time living here. Rika-chan could go meep just once and get 2 or 3 croquettes from the vendor after all. I felt like if she asked for help, everyone in the village would. But that only applies to Furude-san in particular. Satoko-chan doesn't have it the same way. Rika being so spoiled was just an exception. Upon thinking about it normally, living on your own as a child should be fraught with difficulty. It wasn't then very difficult to imagine how much suffering Satoko had to go through just to live. It wasn't very difficult to imagine. Was I really thinking that? No, I was only thinking the words. I couldn't imagine it in the slightest. How was I supposed to imagine it when I saw that annoying smile of hers? There was no way I could. I found out she was living apart from her brother, and I just kind of vaguely thought that it was rather unfortunate. I mean, Satoko was smiling so energetically every single day. Was I thinking that her smiling meant she wasn't hurt? That she didn't feel lonely? When she found out my parents were coming home the other night, Satoko said, "A family sitting around the dinner table's the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all." Those words held a lot more weight now. I've seriously considered adopting her. Adoption? It's a secret. After warning me, Coach put his index finger to his lips. I've lived a real steady life all these years. I have money and a good reputation, but marriage is the only thing I never got around to. By law, obviously, a single individual can't adopt a child, so I can't make Satoko-chan my adopted daughter. What a shame. Didn't take long for my... Yeah, shut up. This guy spouts some crazy stuff. At first, I was only half listening, but midway through, I realized how rude that was. This coach person seriously only wished for this one girl, Satoko, to be happy. That was neither crazy nor was it nonsense. He just wanted her to be happy. Those were his true feelings. Satoko-chan's current lifestyle is probably not a very happy one. But, you know, I want to make it easier for her, even if it's only a little. Of course, I can't do much for her but share my leftover food and do errands that she's not strong enough to do. You're wrong. Satoko is happy. Coach showed surprise at my having declared that. There are so many people all around her that really want her to be happy. She can't possibly feel otherwise. I spoke with a serious expression, quietly but firmly all the same. It was my approval of his feelings, and my gratitude as Satoko's Nini. Thank you. Still, keep this a secret from Satoko-chan, okay? If she knew I wanted to adopt her, yeah. Anywho. I wonder. Satoko may have been somewhat childish, but she was still able to empathize with people. She'd call him that. I knew it. As if my feelings had gotten across, Coach grinned, satisfied, and returned his gaze to the hustle and bustle before us. Her parents and her older brother. She lost her family, had no relatives, and was huddled up with Rika-chan, who was in the same situation. Satoko Hojo. It wouldn't be odd for her to look at life with despair, but she didn't seem to feel that way. She lived energetically with a smile. I want to help her keep smiling forever. It was a naive wish, and yet it was one he couldn't help hoping for. So, the words that I spoke were the same. What a coincidence. I think the same way. Oh, you too, Maibara-kun. Then that makes us friends. Let's make a promise. A promise? It's a very simple one, the coach said, said this giving me a grin. That we'll never, ever make her cry. It was short and to the point. Yeah. I promise too. Coach nodded happily. We exchanged no more words after that. We just sat there comfortably, gazing at Satoko and everyone else having a good time. She'd certainly lost family, but there were people watching over her. How reassuring must that have been? Just hypothetically, if you did adopt Satoko, what would you do? Okay, yeah, I think this is the point where another character comes into the scene and immediately kicks the joke back up, so we're probably gonna skip over a little bit of that too. That's a tough one. Coach gave a wry, happy smile, then exaggeratedly tilted his head in contemplation. Yep, shut up. Maibara-kun? Well, I haven't said anything yet. What are you talking about? I heard it loud and clear! Yep. Shut up. Yep, shut up. I get it. Honestly, the intricacies of the language know no bounds. Anywho, we're past that joke now. Shion's here. That's all you need to know. Shion is here now.
That's right. Kei-chan, you do understand. Then with that, it's time for...
My hand shot out and grabbed Shion, smiling, waving, and about to leave, by the nape of her neck. Hey, wait right there! Don't just show up out of nowhere and start saying crazy stuff!
Speaking of saying crazy stuff, I thought the Satoko love talk you were having with the coach was pretty crazy too. I can perform a reenactment of the adoption bit. Want to see?
You've been hiding ever since then?
Kei-chan, you can't even beat my sister. You're 100 years too early to challenge me.
This was Shion Sonozaki, the younger of the Sonozaki twins. Though she hadn't a scrap of the reserved quality you'd expect from a little sister, she was a villain no better than her older sister Mion. We met the other day in town, and I dug myself into a hole when I mistook her for Mion. Unlike Mion, Shion said she was living in Okinomiya, so I thought we'd never see each other again, but to think we actually would. My frankly displeased expression didn't change a bit either. This must be what people mean when they say something is like water off a duck's back. Shion-san, you came. I was disappointed because I thought you wouldn't make it.
Well, I couldn't think of anything else to do, really. I figured I'd come and tease you all a little.
Coach, why did you need to call Shion to our victory celebration? How did she contribute to our team's win?
Well, you see, I'm actually the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters.
The manager? No way! Then why weren't you at the game yesterday?
That's because I'm like a ghost manager.
She seemed to think I'd forgive her if she stuck her tongue out and smiled. She wasn't sorry at all. The match wasn't nearly as pretty without you there. I won't tell you to come to practices, but couldn't you at least come to the games to root for us like you used to?
I'll think about it. Maybe I will if Kei-chan joins the Hinamizawa Fighters. I can't get into a cheering mood when there's no good-looking guy on the team.
Huh? Did Shion just smoothly say something absurd? Shion! You little... Where did you come from? Suddenly Mion came running over, latched onto my shoulders, and pulled me towards her.
Ah! It's Mi-chan's little sister! Hello, Shi-chan!
Hello, Rena-san. I'm honored you remembered my name. We only met once.
Oh, not at all. Thanks for remembering Rena's name, too.
Cut the stupid greetings! You're not allowed to solicit Kei-chan. He's the hope of our club. Don't pull him out and put him into baseball like he's some sort of plant.
Mion gave a low growl as she grappled my arm. She looked like a little girl desperately clinging to her toy.
Yep, Kei-chan's the star rookie. Kei-kun is the star rookie of our club. We could never trade him away.
Rena's smile hid a nonchalant bloodthirst. She was blocking Shion's way, ready to unleash an ultimate attack if she got within 2 meters of me. I felt like this was gonna turn into a bloody battle.
That's too bad. We'll leave the negotiations for another time. You don't have the right to negotiate. Coach, why did you call Shion here too? She's a ghost member. She's been slacking off for the last year. I just thought it'd be even more fun if Shion-chan was here. Yep, it definitely worked.
That was what he planned for all along. Mission accomplished.
Hey! Kei-chan, come over here. We're all playing a game. With strings attached, of course.
Shi-chan, how about you? The rules are simple and it'll be fun.
Should I? I'll just win if I join in, after all. I don't want to ruin my sister's presidential image.
Mion, now irritated, turned around with a glare.
What is it, my sister? Should I join in to make this a battle of the siblings? For your sake, I don't think we should, but if you want to... Bleh! I won't let you play, Shion. We're leaving you out. Bleh!
Whoa, Mion just avoided a direct confrontation. Seemed like the twins were completely incompatible with each other.
You won't let her play? I was looking forward to seeing you two face off.
I hate Shion. I'm bad against her.
An angry Mion dragged me away. Slide.
Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. Go for it, Kei-chan. Yay!
Shion waved her hand at us, reveling in the bliss of teasing Mion. Alright. Club activities had begun, which meant I needed to clear my mind. What was today's battle?
Today's punishment game? I'd take anything on.
Okay, Keiichi-san. You should prepare yourself. We're going all out today.
Great, bring it on! Satoko or not, I'll crush you all mercilessly!
Rena will profit from your battle and fish herself up a win. Then I'll get all the manta rays first and ride them to victory. Oh, Rika-chan's.
Okay, I don't say that.
I want to take you home.
Okay, everyone. We have a lot of people today, so let's play something easy and simple. Today's game is...
Yeah, that's definitely what I was warning for, Nozo. But fortunately, this is about like this whole bit right here is about the biggest concentration of that kind of stuff in the episode, I would say. That's because we're getting around the point where we're going to slide off in tone massively and get a little bit more serious after this, I would reckon. Everyone who lost the game dropped out and had to help clean up after the barbecue. Shion laughed more uproariously than anyone I'd ever heard when she saw my loser face. Okay. Was my getting bombed out of the game really that funny?
Man, oh man! Kei-chan's face! He was like, how can you still call yourselves human?
Damn it! And it all worked out when I bought up the scissors. If only Satoko and Rika-chan hadn't betrayed me! It was going great while we had maintained a united front. But Satoko had been quicker to betray me than I her. She was just a tiny bit better than me.
I warned you about trusting Hojo.
Heartwolf at the $5. Can't stay tonight, but just one sentiment for the road. We love these crazy kids. Yeah. And Neon Roses with the $5 as well. Shion really is gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Yeah?
Tomitaka and Okamura-kun were unanimously wearing I told you so faces. Incidentally, those two were victims of Satoko's traps pretty early on as well. Damn. I wasn't trying to do well enough to make up for you two. Or wait, no? I was trying to do well enough to make up for you two. Okay, I see. And once again, for the showdown, it didn't matter. Maybe this meant I still couldn't match up to the other members yet.
You were going to have the lowest ranked member of the club play a punishment game, weren't you?
Shion remarked, as though forcing me to recall something I'd tried to forget, even for a moment. Is that right?
Come to think of it, Maibara-san, when you came up with the punishment game with the president, you looked really heated up. What on earth did you decide on?
Earlier, Mion told me to get an Angel Mort uniform ready. Does that have anything to do with it? She told me to get the biggest size I could find.
Tomitaka and Okamura-kun were giving me these complex, indescribable looks mixing empathy, pity, and the desire to see something scary all at once. All I could do now was laugh. Strangely enough, the more I laughed, the more I felt like it was actually funny. I lost!
Oh my. Maibara-san, what's the matter? You're smiling, crying, and howling. It's okay. He's just pretending not to like it. He can't hide his excitement at the opportunity to gain valuable experience using the punishment game as an excuse. Right?
What do you mean, valuable experience? I held my head in my hands in agony. My state of mind can be summed up with a 3-letter word. It was sob. Coach gently put his hands on my shoulders. Was he comforting me?
Maibara-san, in times where you must accept hardship, just imagine that you're a maid on the receiving end of some strict disciplining.
Yeah, okay. Okay, man. Shut up.
See? Doesn't the hopeless situation seem kind of fun now? Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Read in the... yeah. Uh-huh. I had to wonder what kind of word associations he had going on in his head. At the very least, it was much different than what was in mine. The first thing that comes into mind when I think of disciplining certainly isn't maids. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, your coach is pretty funny. I'm surprised he can even be a coach. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun exchanged glances and answered with dry smiles. Then they added that he was a really nice person most of the time, which is something you'd normally say about a person like that. Is it, though? The coach's questionable revolution slowed to a stop, and then his expression returned to a clear, calm one, almost making what just happened seem like an illusion. He can switch gears way too fast. Then let us start cleaning up. Maiburo-san, you seem quite strong. Could you bring the plates over to the wash basins and clean them? Right on it! I hoisted the dirty barbecue plates, each with slimy oil clinging to it, and looked for the wash basins. These are heavy. Where are the wash basins? Over there? Figuring I should just make it there before my arms gave out, I headed towards it at a trot. A lot of the adults who had been helping out were using the wash basins, so I gave up and looked for a different set. I asked them, and then they told me that there were more right by the assembly hall, too, so I decided to head that way. Gona, Irie does not have a job in the school. We haven't learned about his job yet. He was just visiting the school that one time. Rather than multiple basins, there was just one faucet there. I initially thought it would be too small to wash plates as big as these, but it would probably still be faster than waiting for a faucet to open up back there. I turned the faucet and water much nicer looking than it gushed forth. I put a plate under the faucet and scrubbed it with my hand to try and rub it clean. It didn't go very well.
Here you go. A sponge and dish soap. You can't wash them with just water.
It was Shion. She threw a brand new sponge and container filled with cleaner to me. Oh, thanks.
You should have just put them by the basins and left it to the grown-ups. You're always doing the right thing.
I got the feeling that wasn't quite a compliment. I answered her with a forced smile. I was surprised to learn that you're the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters. I thought you didn't do stuff like that because it's too much of a bother.
Yes, it is quite a bother. That's why I've stopped showing up entirely.
Didn't Coach say he wanted you to come back? You should pay a visit once in a while.
If I feel like it, I guess.
Shion made it sound like the end of the world could happen before she felt like it. Whoops. I couldn't keep washing these dishes while preoccupied with conversation, so I decided to take my task seriously. Shion neither offered to help nor got in my way. She just quietly watched the water flowing from the faucet.
Oh, right. I heard something. You were the star player in yesterday's game, weren't you?
Satoko hit the home run, so I think she was the real star player. I didn't know she had those kinds of reflexes. It surprised me.
She's totally different from Satoshi-kun. There's not much doubt that all the athletic ability in the family went to her.
Shion smiled as she spoke, her eyes looking at something far away, betraying her reminiscence. Satoshi-kun.
Satoko Hojo's older brother. You know, Satoshi Hojo-kun? Oh, right. You just moved here this year, didn't you, Kei-chan? You wouldn't have ever met him.
I was a little surprised that Shion knew about Satoshi. Never met him, but I know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school, right? I avoided saying that he ran away from home and used the slightly more vague words that everyone else did.
Transferred? Who said anything like that?
I hadn't yet realized that Shion's tone had changed slightly. Well, I mean, who was it then? Yeah, I heard it from someone. That he transferred.
Who? You said that because you asked someone, right?
Who did I ask? I don't really remember. Even so, he transferred, so that's it, right? Not like there's a problem with it.
There is one. Does that mean there's a record of his transfer? To another school? And that someone saw it? Or heard about it?
Around that time, I not only noticed how awfully caught up on this Shion was, but also how startlingly dangerous her eyes had begun to look. Shion? What's up? You look really serious. With that, Shion seemed to realize the expression she was making. She took a deep breath, pretended to fix her hair, and went back to her composed expression from before.
I'm sorry, but Kei-chan, you don't know much about Satoshi-kun, so please don't say that he transferred or anything like that. I'm serious.
please. I realized I must have said something I shouldn't have, but I wasn't immediately sure of what I should apologize for, so I just said one safe word for now. Sorry. I just sort of heard that he transferred and believed it. Was it actually something else? It was, of course. Preceded by his parents, he had left his sister and run away. But I'd wanted to try and avoid using the words run away, so I pretended not to know. Upon seeing my flustered reply, Shion realized she was intimidating me and lowered her voice. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you for anything, Kei-chan. I was just being a little harsh. I apologize. I didn't really mind. That was a fib. I was actually a little scared, even. Was there something wrong with saying he ran away? Was there some sort of misunderstanding in saying that he transferred? But before I could ask her, she turned on her heel to leave. Hey, Shion. Right. Good luck with those. It looks like your plate is last. That's the last one you need to wash. Her final remark reminded me of the dishes I had so easily forgotten about, so immersed in conversation were we that it got pretty late. I turned the faucet again to get the water flowing faster. Whoosh! I violently scrubbed the plate. When I turned back around, Shion was no longer there. By the time I'd finished washing the plates, most of the other things had been cleaned up. The air had cooled off before I realized it, and as the heat that had stuck with us all day dispersed, a nice breeze started to blow. Jeez. Okay, everyone, can I have your attention? Coach got everyone together to make his closing remarks. And with that, another fun day drew to its close. In the end, Mion ended the game with a magnificent victory. Satoko and Rika-chan, who had labored so hard to betray me, had fallen into a huge trap afterwards, leaving them frustrated about more than a few things. People who betray others will one day be betrayed themselves. Never been more true, huh?
Ugh, you're not the one I wanted to hear that from, Keiichi-san. Rena didn't fall for anyone's tricks. That's how I got second. Second! Rena doesn't buy into lies very easily. She has a sharp wit.
I'm surprised. She seems like she would fall for the first lie to come her way. Funny you should say that, Kei-chan. You desired to prey upon others, and right away you became the prey instead. Make sure you don't fall for those dumb schemes that promise higher returns the more friends you rope in, okay? Yeah. I'll try harder. Even good friends will lay traps mercilessly and betray everyone in sight once they get into a serious enough game. But despite that, once it's all over, they can feel refreshed and laugh together. It reminded me of how we were all such great friends.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to Keiichi-san's punishment game. However, can you really implement such a thing? I would think the store manager would have a thing or two to say about it, no? I wonder. Maybe Keiichi-kun will be really cute. Cute! I kinda wanna see, how? I'm on the edge of my seat. I'll trip him up and make him wipe the floor.
That'd be great. Why couldn't I win now of all times? Whenever I think I'll definitely win today and I'll make someone else play the punishment game, I lose. Is it not enough? Do I not believe hard enough in victory?
The wailing of the loser tastes like sweet honey. How sad, how sad. Pat, pat. This is how you get stronger, Keiichi-kun. It's like I'm looking at Mi-chan from last year.
Mi-chan last year? What? Did she always lose and moan about it in the past? How very interesting. I didn't know our undefeated President Mion was once like that. No need to talk about that! Mion hastily covered Rena's mouth. Everyone watching burst out laughing. Finally, Rika-chan pulled on Satoko's sleeve.
Okay, we should get going soon. Oh, yes, we must go shopping for dinner, mustn't we?
I wanted to keep talking like this forever, but it was getting late. We split up with Satoko and Rika-chan and decided to go on our way home. Alright, bye! See you tomorrow at school! Everyone waved to each other and split up for the short time between now and tomorrow.
Okay, let's go.
They began walking down this tall staircase leading from the shrine grounds.
As the sun started to set, the afternoon's heat began to disappear as though it were never there. Just listening to the chorus of the Higurashi was enough to make me forget about how hot it had been today.
Come to think of it, it's still June, huh? We didn't have a rainy season at all this year. Like, all of a sudden, it's just summer, you know?
Now that I thought about it, she was right. It was June, the season of long rain, of hydrangeas and snails.
Neon Roses with the $10. I think Irie should have his tongue removed like in the beginning of The Mummy, 1998. I agree!
I haven't seen a real rainy season since transferring here.
According to the weather forecast, it's supposed to get more rainy during the first part of the week. They were warning people about heavy showers. Hope it doesn't run into Watanagashi.
That's right. The rainy season's supposed to be rainy. Rena likes all the rain in the rainy season.
What? So much rain makes me depressed. Hey, Kei-chan. Ah!
I was a little spaced out, so I was late in answering Mion. I was thinking back to my conversation with her sister. When I said that Satoshi transferred, Shion clearly got angry. She was mad at me for saying something so careless. I mean, it may have been a vague way of skirting around the fact that he ran away from home. But I don't think it was so bad that Shion would need to feel mad about it. I wasn't really satisfied with it. I felt like a child, completely ignorant of what he was being scolded for. So my thoughts spilled out of my mouth in a very direct fashion. Satoko had a brother, right? Named Satoshi, I think?
What?
As soon as I said the name Satoshi, Rena and Mion both lost their relaxed, comfortable mood and made strange expressions. Should I have avoided talking about this? That's what they made me think. But I've already said it, so that's that. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. What happened to Satoshi again? Did he move away? That was such a transparent way of putting it, but in my desire to know everything, I'd feigned ignorance. Mion turned around and looked to Rena for assistance. Rena looked between us, then quietly and softly spoke.
Wait, did we not tell you? He transferred out.
When I said those words to Shion, she got upset, so I answered her with the same words Shion had given me. Transferred. Who told you something like that?
Huh?
I had only intended to borrow Shion's words, but I said it exactly the same way she had, right down to the thorns in my voice. When I realized what I had done, I immediately tried to soften my remark. If he really transferred, there would be records of it at school and stuff, right? But is there actually anything like that? Mion and Rena, their eyes grew wide. They were at a loss for words. I started to feel like I was doing something really bad. I thought they were only hiding the fact that Satoko's older brother ran away out of consideration for her. I'm not trying to blame you for anything, okay? I just wanted to ask what happened to Satoshi, that's all. I wasn't trying to blame them. The fact that I had to remind them even looked like I was tormenting them with an impossible question. No, maybe I was actually bullying them. Maybe I had lashed out at them in retaliation for Shion getting mad at me. This whole day had been so much fun, but now... Why did I go and say something that made all of that meaningless? I couldn't help but regret my own careless curiosity. That's enough. Let's drop it now. As I was about to say that, Mion spoke up.
Well, it's not like we were hiding it or lying. I hope you understand that's not what we were trying to do.
Mion's tone conveyed her genuine awkwardness.
Atropos of the $2. Keiichi, you're scaring the hoes.
They sounded like the excuses of a child who'd been presented with evidence of her own mischief.
Satoshi, well... he didn't transfer schools,
Mion said, resigning herself. But I felt bad for pushing her to say that. So, it's okay, Mion. Let's stop talking about Satoshi. Sorry for teasing you. I wanted to apologize. But right before that...
He won't come back.
What? Unlike Mion's stammered reply, Rena was extremely clear and resolute. He won't come back... What?
He won't come back home. Ever since that day.
He won't come back. That was a very strange way of putting it. Normally you would say that he hadn't come back yet. At least, I thought you'd only say it like Rena did if he wasn't capable of coming back. You wouldn't say it like that when talking about someone who ran away from home. What do you mean he won't come back? Where did Satoshi go?
Don't know.
Rena's word choice felt very cold to me. It was so cold that I couldn't muster a response right away.
Well, she's right. After that day, Satoshi hasn't returned home.
Mion noticed the deadlock between us and hurriedly followed up on what Rena had said.
Well, that is, everyone in the village searched for him, and we even got the police to help us look. And, well, they started thinking that maybe he ran away.
They started thinking maybe he ran away. When running away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. So when Satoshi ran away, he would probably have left some kind of a letter apologizing to Satoko. That was just kind of what I figured. But from the way Mion was talking, it seemed a little different than just running away from home.
The police did an investigation. Satoshi had been earning money at a part-time job and had put some aside. And they learned that on that day he vanished. He withdrew it all. And then, at Nagoya Station or something, they spotted someone who looked a lot like Satoshi.
He withdrew all of his savings to fund his escape from home. Was that it? It seemed consistent enough to me. But before I could say anything,
I think that's a lie. Satoshi-kun didn't run away,
declared Rena shortly. Hey, wait. So if he didn't transfer schools or move away, and he didn't run away from home, then what on earth?
Stop it, Rena,
Mion whispered to her. Rena, however, continued without interruption. And then she said this.
because it was Oyashiro-sama's curse.
Huh? A curse? It took some time before I understood what Rena meant by that. Mion clicked her tongue and shook her head a little.
Satoshi talked to me before he disappeared. He said someone was watching him, stalking him. They even followed him home. He told me that when he went to bed, they were standing there at his bedside looking down at him.
Stop it, Rena.
It's a potent of Oyashiro-sama's curse. There's no doubt. I think somewhere deep down, Satoshi-kun was probably thinking about abandoning Hinamizawa and running away. And Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow that.
I said stop it.
Oyashiro-sama's the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. He would never allow anyone to abandon Hinamizawa and run away. I apologized for it, but Satoshi-kun probably didn't. It must have been Oyashiro-sama's curse!
Oyashiro-sama's curse?
I hadn't intended to repeat it, but the words came out of my mouth anyway. Oyashiro-sama's curse.
The police may have said he ran away, but I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Not ever! It's just a lie told by the self-important people in the village who don't want to admit that it was the curse. And whether or not you believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse, it's...
Mion struck Rena in the head, and not in a joking way either.
I told you to give it a rest, didn't I? I try to be nice, but you're pushing me to my limits.
Pushing her to her limits. Actually, there was plenty of displeasure and anger in Mion's face at that moment. For a few moments after being hit, Rena looked astonished. Perhaps the voices of the Higurashi calmed her frantic mind, because after a little while she regained her original calm expression. We arrived at the place we always split up with Mion. No one said a word until we got there. The voices of the Higurashi just tortured our ears with their buzzing. We'd always split up with Mion here, leaving just Rena and me.
Hey, Kei-chan, didn't I promise to lend you some manga? Want to come over real quick?
She promised that? However, I quickly realized it was a convenient way of saying she wanted to talk to me alone.
Oh, I see. Okay then. Rena will go home.
Maybe she realized it, maybe she didn't. Thankfully, Rena quickly said she'd go home before us.
Bye, Rena. See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Kei-chan, don't be too much of a bother now. It's already evening.
I'm just gonna go borrow a few books. See ya. Considering that fun day we had, it was a very insipid, lonely parting.
Hey, don't worry too much about before.
After a little while, Mion finally spoke. Quite some time had passed since splitting up with Rena.
No, I'm not really... I think it was my fault anyway. We weren't trying to hide anything about Satoshi. It's just one of those things that we shouldn't mention, you know?
At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by that. Judging by our odd interactions with Rena, I understood so well it hurt
that I shouldn't ever talk about it again. Actually, if that's the case, then with Shion too. No, this is an even bigger problem. Talking about it in the first place had been indiscreet. I shouldn't have been interested in it at all. In it at all. But that's why I really had to think about it. About why everyone got so irritated. Idiot. Stop this, Keiichi Maibara. By the time I tried to warn myself, I had accidentally spoken already. I won't ask ever again. So could you tell me honestly, what on earth happened to Satoshi? He ran away, right? For a long time, Mion remained silent, but finally, unable to endure it any longer, she began to speak timidly. Have you ever heard about Oyashiro-sama's curse? Just a little bit. I got the gist of it. I only overheard someone in class talking about it, though. Oyashiro-sama was the name of the deity protecting Hinamizawa that they worship at the shrine we had the barbecue at today. And a few years ago, when they started talking about flooding Hinamizawa as part of the dam project, one of the people who worked on site died or something, and people blamed it on Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's how it was. Satoshi's dead parents, they were proponents of the dam project. Wasn't everyone in the village against it? Why would they support the project if they lived here? The dam project that would flood the entirety of Hinamizawa. I'd heard the village all got together to fight the terrible project, but it was a little hard to believe there were villagers who were supporting it. Well, there was a lot of stuff going on, but not everyone agreed to stand up to the dam proposal. Satoshi's parents were basically the leaders of those who were all for it. Leaders of the ones for it. Satoko and Satoshi's parents? Yeah. The government had gathered a lot of compensation money to exchange for the construction of the dam. There were plenty of people who agreed with the proposal because they wanted the money. Aside from a few households, Hinamizawa was, in general, not very affluent, and not because they were proud to inherit the land of their ancestors. It wouldn't be strange if some people wanted enough money to start a new life. But even in that case, they would have had to hesitate to say so, given the situation. It just happened to be Satoko and Satoshi's parents, who understood that and stood up to be their representative. By that standard, you might say Satoko and Satoshi's parents were very heroic. They volunteered to be hated, all to help those without much money who didn't have a voice. And then, their parents had bad luck. They died in an accident on the day of the festival honoring Oyashiro-sama, so people started to think that maybe it had been Oyashiro-sama's curse. I thought back to what Coach told me today. They went to a nature park on a family outing and fell from a cliff. So, people thought even Satoshi running away from home was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? Well, yeah, basically. It was a bit of an evasive reply, but I felt it was wrong to ask any further, so I didn't press her for details. I don't think I need to explain this, but for Satoko, her parents' accident and Satoshi running away, and all the business about Oyashiro-sama's curse, none of it's a very happy story, you know? Yeah, of course I knew. I could only nod silently. That's why we're not mentioning anything about Satoko's family. Even if someone asks about Satoshi, we just lie and say he transferred schools. You can understand why, right? They wanted to protect Satoko's happiness, her smile. As someone who thought that way once, even for a short time, I really did regret having been imprudent enough to broach the topic to begin with. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry I asked something so careless. When she heard that, Mion smiled, seeming a little relieved. With that understanding, thinking that I should get going, I began to make my way home. I could really have stopped by Mion's house, but it was already late. I'd stop by again the next time if I had the chance. Bye then, Mion. Sorry about today. See you tomorrow. Yeah, goodbye. We waved to each other. Then, suddenly remembering something, Mion called out to me.
Kei-chan! One more thing. Not only around Satoko, could you keep quiet about Satoshi with Rena, too? I think you realized earlier, but for some reason when it comes to Oyashiro-sama's curse, she gets extremely serious. Ever since she transferred here. Yeah, judging by how Rena was acting earlier, it was clearly no laughing matter to her. Mion had interrupted the conversation for us, but if Mion hadn't been here, what might have happened?
Why would Rena be so serious about it? Not only Rena either, but Shion too. I don't know. Rena's... Oh, this is a secret, okay? If you tell anyone, we're not friends anymore. Mion emphasized this as her expression clouded even further. I won't tell. What's this about Rena? She says that she's been a victim of Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Huh? Well, it may sound mean, but I think it might be a bad case of a persecution complex or some kind of wrong assumption. But she says so herself, so I believe her. If I poke fun at it, she gets pretty upset. Rena jokes around all the time, but she's really scary when she's mad. I get it. Don't talk about it in front of Rena, right? About Satoshi. Yeah. If possible, I think we shouldn't talk about this ever again. For her sake. And for Satoko's. For everyone else's, too. And if I must say, for your own sake, too, Kei-chan. With her silence, Mion made sure I knew that. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Thanks. Saying only that, she waved her hand and began walking away. I watched her go, a little dazed, and then started walking myself. Satoko's older brother, Satoshi. Had he run away from home? Or had he been a victim of the curse and disappeared forever? Whichever the case, none of this was anything I should have asked about. The cooling air forced me into self-reflection. I wanted Satoko to smile, yet my curiosity easily defeated me, and I frivolously tried to step into the dark side of things in a joking way. I'm shameful. I wanted today to be exactly like yesterday. I wanted tomorrow to be just as fun as today, too. So why did I go and do something like that? We were having a blast at the baseball game yesterday, and today we had a blast at the big barbecue party, too. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and almost nullified all of those fun times. I would have to be more careful starting tomorrow. I would put all of this unpleasant stuff behind me forever. Like hell, I'm gonna let my enjoyable life end because of how careless I was today. But the more I thought that I'd be careful starting tomorrow, the more I couldn't get rid of the ominous thought that I had already put an end to those enjoyable days with what I'd just done. Hey, wait. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. The gears of destiny are freaking gigantic, aren't they? What happened just now was trivial. It doesn't make any sense to think my whole life will suddenly be different starting tomorrow. But even though I understood it logically, the mist in my heart wasn't going to fade, until tomorrow turned out to be as fun as today. I'm acting weird. I'm thinking a little too much about that conversation. I wished tomorrow would come already. I wanted to make it to make me understand how absurd my insignificant doubts really were. The night was long.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is the scene in particular, like this whole bit with like going back to the conversation with Mion and Rena. That's what I really wanted to get to past, you know, the kind of cringe shit at the beginning of this episode, because that bit right there, it just immediately like grabs you by the scruff and like pulls you right back into it. Like, oh no, bitch, you didn't think I forgot, did you? Like that's really what it feels like. It's a really good scene. The slacking manager. Shion-san, why don't you help out a little?
Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why you still haven't found a nice lady at your age, Coach?
Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. It's none of your business.
He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment. Oh, wait. Well, I mean... Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Narration. He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment we'd use for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who had helped were starting to get on their way.
Alright, so, Shion-san, why'd you come all the way here? If you rode here on your bike, I can give you a lift.
I did, but I'll be fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration.
I was glad you came today. Things don't quite fit together without the manager here.
Am I still the manager?
I've been shirking my duty for an entire year, so maybe you should just fire such an incompetent manager already.
All right. If you say you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want.
That's not fair. Let me go soon, please. Every time I don't show up at a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those.
If you were more honest with yourself, Shion-chan, you'd be far cuter. Your father is so sad. Where did he go so wrong as to deserve such a rebellious daughter? Or, perhaps if your father catches you in a big loving embrace, you'll open your eyes. Well then, don't mind if I do. Come here. Coach was fooling around with all his might, but Shion just smiled into the distance without responding.
Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo, Coach, and everyone's still as lively as ever.
Even though Satoshi-kun isn't here, is what you wanted to say. He'll come home. I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him.
Say whatever you want.
He sure is cruel, isn't he? Going off to who knows where, leaving such a cute girlfriend behind.
Huh? Girlfriend? Who? Huh? Jeez. Quit laughing already. Coach!
Coach bent over and laughed heartily for a little while. We'll see each other again. Please come and root for us once in a while, okay?
If I feel like it. I have no desire to be the manager anymore, after all.
That's fine. If you don't like it, I'll fire you. I'm not the kind of person who likes forcing people to do things against their will.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. You win this round. If I feel like I'll come root for you. If I feel like it, I'll come root for you. So, for today, just be patient.
Whoops, that time already? It's past time to return all of this. I'm already making them wait for me. I'll be leaving for today, then. Let's meet again at the next game.
Yes, if I feel like it. Goodbye, Coach.
Quite a bit of a revelation there, huh? About Shion. Copy of the preliminary autopsy.
The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. 1. Entire body found in restraints. Traces left behind from where the body seems to have been bound indicated usage of a specific restraining table rather than rope or another common method. Finger joints on either hand appear to have been bound especially tightly. Highly likely that the table was either specially made or homemade given this information. 2. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. 3. 5 nails penetrated fingers on each hand. 1 long nail stuck in each joint of each finger on each hand, for a total of 30. The deceased's fingers were nailed to wooden planks 20 square centimeters large. Extremely likely these planks were part of the restraining table. In addition, it's likely the table was originally designed for just such a purpose. 4. Abdomen incised. Intestines removed. The incision in the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology using a sharp blade. Estimated that there was still no threat to the victim's life at this stage. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. The victim likely died as a result of this process. 5. Body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, the victim was likely abandoned in the Oji River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it's highly possible they would have needed at least 3 grown men to have disposed of the body. To OOISHI'S. Here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Oji River. Chief Shigeharu sees this as having a possible relation to the S group. What are your thoughts, OOISHI-san?
East round 3.
Here it is. Ron. 3 Chun, 3 Dora, Mangan with a 1500 extra. What? What's up with that? How do you have 3 Dora? You idiot. You're the one who flipped over another Condor when you knew Oishi was in Tenpai. That's what you get.
Getting more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing the tune. You can't discard a Dora tile after a Yakuhai's out.
Oishi grinned meaningfully at his buddies, swearing, began breaking down the walls and reforming them.
By the way, Oishi-san, identified her yet? What? Oh, the mutilated body in the drainage channel. Any new leads come up? Yes, well, you'll have to find proof yourself, though. You're really something. Who was the deceased? Rina Mamiya, actual name Ritsuko. Apparently she worked for the Blue Mermaid, hostess bar on Shishibone Flower Road. Phew, that's a nasty place. Young leader of the Sonozakis owns it, yeah? Sonozaki... Whoops! So it's related to the S group. That mountain will be tough to scale. Rumors say the deceased has been digging into the Sonozaki's protection money, and on a pretty significant scale, too, from what I've heard. A woman getting her hands on the protection money. Sounds like a man's behind it. Not a lot of women do that sort of thing themselves. Well, he's dead anyway. The body just hasn't been found yet. About that, Oishi-san, her cohabitant is apparently alive. Alive? And maybe he'll die soon. Vermin usually exterminate other vermin. I think we have a very nice self-cleaning system going on. Anyway, her man. It's, Tepe Hojo. Hojo? Who's that? Tepe Hojo. The husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year in Hinamizawa. I heard he disappeared after the incident, though. I get it. He was staying at his lover's place, huh? And so the Sonozakis grow ever more suspicious. Where's he now? He was living in a woman's apartment. He must have thought she abandoned him, so she's been searching around shops and other gathering places. Yep. He is on his way.
Morning, Keiichi. My, what time did you go to sleep?
I did not sleep well last night at all. My mother could tell from a single glance. I had the worst dreams. Nightmares, very ominous dreams, one after the other, again and again. I woke up after each one, but could never even remember a fraction of what they had been about. But it was like those dreams were predicting something unpleasant, and I woke up in a terrible mood. Hey now, every day has been calm and fun before today, right? Those days should continue on, unchanging. And yet, anxiety was the only emotion growing within me. Why was that? Nightmares reflect your own anxiety. They show an uneasy mind that which you wouldn't admit to normally. Yesterday, I remembered that ominous conversations about Satoshi I had with Shion, Mion, and Rena. Right. My mind felt like I was in a black fog, because we had talked about that. If I'd lived every day without causing a fuss, my reward would be ever more peaceful days. I understood that. So why did I cause such discord? Yeah, I would say I did have the content warning up, but as Grifter's Bones is kind of getting at, like, again, I would ask people in the chat not try to allude too much to, like, oh, there's something's about to happen, but yeah, anywho. Atropos with the $2. Alright, it's time to go. Love y'all. Have a good one, Atropos. Thanks for sticking for the first part. Rest of the mods will handle it from here. But now that I thought about it calmly, a simple verbal slip on my part couldn't possibly change the world. Yeah. As long as I'm sorry for doing it and never talk about it again, there's nothing that anyone can blame me for, right? Besides, how would my fate possibly change just because I talked about that? Nothing was going to change. Yeah, nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. That's a creepy smile. If you're still half asleep, then go wash your face. I'd finally cheered up enough to smile, and Mom slapped me right back down. Now I was irritated again. There wasn't much time left before I had to go meet up with Rena. I frantically started to get ready to go to school.
Have a good day. Watch out for cars.
There's barely any cars to watch out for. In Hinamizawa, anyway. I dashed out the front door.
The morning air was far more refreshing than the water on my face. That's right, Keiichi Maibara. If you're sorry enough about it and reflect upon your mistakes, that's enough. Now let's pull yourself together and get to school, and return to fun, enjoyable days, where everyone laughs, plays, and just has a good time. I'll be nice to Satoko as an apology, too. Yeah. Wasn't I supposed to be her Nini until Satoshi got back?
Good morning, Keiichi-kun.
Rena, too, looked like nothing like she had yesterday when she said all that weird stuff. If I could only forget, then I could still act like nothing had happened. So I called her out to her with all the energy I could muster. Hey! Morning, Rena. Early as usual today.
Morning! Good morning!
There was a little time before the same old morning homeroom began. But Satoko and Rika-chan were unusually absent. Maybe they went to play somewhere? However, looking over and seeing none of their things, so it looked like they really hadn't come to school.
They're almost never late.
Rena seemed to be enjoying herself, thinking about what their excuse for being late would be. Mion said something nonsensical as well, imagining how funny the reason they were late must have been. I had only come to school to see their energetic faces, since I figured it would get rid of those feelings I had. But the load on my chest remained where it was. It wasn't very pleasant at all.
Good morning, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up!
Our teacher finally arrived. Then, finally, I heard the pitter-patter of footsteps running down the hall. Willie, no, it's planned to be 4 streams. It's not 3. Yeah, the tagline at the beginning was somewhat misleading. Clatter. Rika-chan was the first to run through the opened door, and then Satoko didn't come.
You're late, Furude-san. Where's Hojo-san?
It was unusual for Rika-chan to be late, but equally unusual for Satoko, a ball of energy, to be absent at all. Everyone's eyes were wide at the series of strange events.
Satoko might be a little late. Has she come down with something?
The teacher walked over to Rika-chan and they started talking in hushed tones.
Rika-chan's late and Satoko is absent. Guess crazy things can happen. Logan, the tagline about this being the shortest scenario. It's not really.
You're right. But I wonder what happened to Satoko-chan. Is she sick?
Why now, when I most wanted to see Satoko's energetic face? The unease that had been building since last night tightened within my chest.
Kei-chan, you worry too much. Sometimes girls of her age can't help but stay homesick.
Mi-chan, you're not supposed to say that around boys.
Mion laughed indecently. Normally I would laugh along with her, but right now I just didn't feel like it. Homeroom ended, and we went to talk to Rika-chan in the short time we had before first period started. Hey, Rika-chan, you looked sad. So very sad when getting yelled at for being late. Oh, wait, okay, that's not like a concerned tone. Hey, Rika-chan, you looked so sad, so very sad when getting yelled at for being late. I'll make sure to pet you today. I was very aware of my gloom this morning, so I strove to keep my tone cheerful. I petted Rika-chan's head the same way she always did, but she didn't cheer up at all.
Meep.
What happened to Satoko? Did she get sick? For instance, she got a fever from playing around too much yesterday. If that had been her response, I would have accepted it in a flash. But the atmosphere around Rika-chan felt somehow heavy. It was a little weird and actually made my unease worse.
Hey, come on, come on! There's certain things she can't talk to boys about. Kei-chan, back to your seat, back to your seat.
Mion, acting just like a club president, pulled me back to my chair. Rika-chan's gaze immediately fell back to her desk, and she hung her head gloomily. Rika-chan had said something odd, that Satoko might be a little late. They were living together, weren't they? Then she would have known for sure. She wouldn't have said might. I didn't understand why she was absent, and that made me all the more anxious. Damn it, what's going on today? It's like we started off on the wrong foot and it wasn't going to get any better.
What's the matter, Keiichi-kun? You seem pretty down this morning.
Rena noticed how I looked and whispered to me while the teacher wasn't looking. Do I really seem that way?
Yeah. Even Rena's starting to feel down just looking at you.
I thought of jokingly saying, then don't look at me, but I didn't even feel like doing that.
Is it something you can tell Rena? I don't know what you're worried about, but if I can help, then you can tell me, okay?
I won't tease you. Rena said this, looking me straight in the eyes. Until yesterday, nothing strange had happened, and it was a lot of fun. Rena's eyes widened for a moment, not understanding what I meant, but she remained silent and listened. It was peaceful and fun. Every day was lively. I never had any doubt that things would stay that way forever.
Yeah, you're right. Every day is fun. I'm sure today will be too.
You sure? How do you know?
Well,
Rena, feeling perplexed, couldn't think of something to say. I didn't blame her. What I was trying to say seemed a little confusing even to me. When I think about it, I've been anxious lately. Like maybe since every day is fun, one day, all of a sudden, it would get really dark, like a light bulb turned off.
yeah. Rena kind of understands how you feel.
Rena nodded gently.
We've always been taught that it wouldn't only be good things happening to us. Sometimes I'm scared of what's going on behind the fun. It's a little bit sad, but because of that, we learned how to do our best to make sure that the fun never stops.
I see.
So it's not a bad thing that you think our fun lives might not go on forever, Keiichi-kun. Kind of like if suddenly there was a volcanic eruption tomorrow and everyone died.
Hey, wait, that's terrible.
If you were the only one who survived the catastrophe, Keiichi-kun, how would you feel?
How would I... I imagined myself being the sole survivor in the ruins of Hinamizawa, rubble and the bodies of friends lying in heaps at my feet. It was such an abhorrent sight. Was it sadder that all of my friends had died? Or was it sadder that I couldn't have died with them? I didn't know which, but I'd probably cry a lot. I'd probably break my heart. First, I think I'd cry.
And then maybe you would think this. If this was my destiny, then I should have made sure every day before this was as fun as possible so I had no regrets.
I didn't want to consider such a horrible event to be my destiny. But I probably would think that.
The fun times will end one day. Nobody knows when they will. It makes sense to live each day to the fullest, so that if it does happen tomorrow, you don't regret anything.
Yeah.
It's really hard to think like that. A lot of people take their everyday happiness for granted. They think tomorrow will be the same as today, so they just leave things they could do today for tomorrow. They leave the kindness they could have shown today until tomorrow.
Rena was usually cheerful and silly, but right now she wasn't like that at all. She was taking my troubles seriously. It was a little reassuring.
But Keiichi-kun, you realized it. I think that's a wonderful thing. So that unease you have, I think you should keep it close to your heart.
Keep my unease close?
Everyone might die tomorrow in a big catastrophe, so you should be really nice to everyone today. So when the end really does come, you don't regret it.
Do you do that, Rena? Live like you would have no regrets if everyone died tomorrow? It was such a hyperbolic conversation, but Rena just gave me a nonchalant nod of her head.
Rena knows what it's like for the fun times to end overnight. She knows there's no proof tomorrow will be fun, even if today is. I'm living life to the fullest.
It seemed like Rena perfectly understood all the anxiety I couldn't put into words. And on top of that, like a reliable teacher, she showed me what to do. Oh. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, there's no need to cry now. Last night, I feel like I had a dream about Satoko. I don't remember what kind of dream it was, but ever since this morning I felt anxious.
Because you thought seeing Satoko-chan's energetic face would cheer you up, right?
She was right on the money. If everyone had been here with smiles on their faces this morning, then the murk in my heart would have definitely been blown to smithereens.
Then, if Satoko-chan arrives, you'll have to be nice to her. Actually, it's totally fine if you play your usual pranks on each other. As long as you're having fun.
Yeah, you're right. so that even if these fun days came to an end, I'd have no regrets. I couldn't tell if what Rena had told me had been comforting or just made me more anxious. But it was enough to make me think that if I saw Satoko again, I'd be honest with her. Lunchtime arrived, with everyone pushing their desks together like always. Satoko wasn't here. Despite that, we had bento boxes for 5 lined up on our desks. Rika-chan had made a bento for Satoko, too. Was Satoko supposed to be here before lunch? Rika-chan was clearly acting strangely. We were talking to her, but it felt like she was too far away to hear us. I'd never seen Rika-chan so downcast. So the rest of us started feeling down too. Hey, Rena, I understood what she had said before pretty well. When we were together, we were supposed to have lots of fun so we wouldn't have any regrets if the world ended tomorrow. And yet, while I just resolved myself to do it, now we can't all be together. What the hell? Because it was just so sudden, wasn't it? I mean, yesterday was so fun, so who could believe it would all end today? No volcanoes had erupted and no earthquakes or fires had happened either. The cicadas were making the same noises they did yesterday, and the sun remained bright in the sky. It was the same normal day as always. So then, why? As I pondered, Rena's chopsticks reached in front of my face and stole the fried chicken out of my bento.
If no one else wants it, Rena will take it. Delicious.
Rena tossed the entire piece into her mouth and began munching on it, her expression one of bliss.
I'm such an old man. Rena got a leg up on me. Alright, this old man's taking this bit of steak here.
All my food is gone except my rice.
Rika-chan, also behind the curve, smiled again and went for someone else's bento. As I sat there, dazed at how quickly everyone had changed, Rena sent a wink over to me.
Come on, Keiichi-kun. Live life to the fullest. That way, if a volcano erupts tomorrow, it'll be okay. This is serious. I'll be damned if dried plums and rice are the only things I'm gonna have left for lunch. I'm taking that meatball.
I stuffed the meat into my mouth and constructed a clumsy smile. I played along as if trying to fool myself. But as I did, it rapidly became less and less of an act. Satoko still wasn't here, but at some point we had regained our lively lunchtime. We had fun, we smiled, and we fooled around. Thanks, everyone. This was definitely the best thing to do. This way, when Satoko suddenly dropped by, we could welcome her with our best smiles. The more I smiled, the more I felt the anxiety from this morning clearing away. Wasn't there a proverb that went something like, "Fortune comes in by a merry gate"?
I think so. If it's true, then this old man will roll around the floor laughing 24/7.
Rena thinks it's true. If you laugh every day, it'll be fun every day.
Rena has a way with words.
Then, should we try it out? Everyone took a deep breath, then brought their faces together, locking shoulders. And then... Everyone laughed uproariously from their stomachs, trying to laugh out all of the bad stuff accumulating in them. By the time our bento boxes were empty, everyone was right as rain. Having heard our friendly banter, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun walked up and timidly spoke to us.
Excuse me, Maibara-san. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but we need your help with something.
They grinned dryly and scratched their heads. What could it be? Want to know how to remove the sensor bars? Okay, Keiichi, dude! By the way, don't believe what you hear about Butter doing the trick. Total superstition. You can't use an eraser either.
Wait, what?
That's not what we're here for, said Tomita-kun, elbowing Okamura-kun.
Actually, our ball got caught in the gutter on the second floor. We were thinking you might be able to reach it since you're tall.
I see. Asking an upperclassman for help comes with its own price, you know. I'm not cheap! You can't buy me out so easily. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun conversed for a short time, then gave their reply.
We'll give you the right to take a nap during class, Maibara-san. How does that sound?
What do you mean? I can sleep during class whenever I want. Why do I need your permission for it?
Oh no, you can't. The next time you take a nap, we'll tell Sensei about it.
I see, how sly. You little... where did you learn to bargain like that?
Sorry, it was just a little joke.
Come on, Kate-chan. Why not just cave into your underclassmen's threats?
And now Mion was getting on my nerves. Suddenly it came to me, and I took Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's hands. Alright, I surrender. I'll get your ball for you, so give me all the rights to nap time.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Look, Mion, I now have the privilege. But you don't, do you? Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, tell on Mion as soon as she falls asleep. Got it?
Yeah!
Rena and Rika-chan began to cackle at Keiichi-kun's victory. I wasn't sure how the ball managed to get stuck up there, but it was planted firmly in the school building's second-floor gutter. Hand me that stick. I should be able to reach it. Here we go. I took a bamboo pole and poked the ball with it. Damn, it's hard. Come on.
Oh, we got it! You got it, Maibara-san! Thank you so much!
The ball rolled down the gutter and fell down behind the school building. My underclassmen ran over in that direction, leaving me by myself. Mission complete, I guess. Sheesh. There was still a lot of time left until lunch break was over. Guess I should go back to the classroom. I'd absorb myself in a silly conversation with everyone and wait for afternoon classes. Just when I thought that and turned towards the entrance, someone suddenly called out to me. Hello there. Good day. Sorry for bothering you during your lunch break. He was a middle-aged man I didn't know. Or maybe I'd passed by him a few times and I'd seen his face, but I didn't know him. When his half-smile deepened, something within me shuddered with fear. There was no basis for that, no reason, but I shuddered. I was somewhat confused about those emotions, not quite understanding them myself. There was one thing I could say, though. Nobody but teachers and students should be at school. This person shouldn't have been here. I felt less of a tremble and more of a sense of dread, like a caterpillar, brilliantly colored in garish, bilious greens, were crawling across my forehead. A feeling of disgust that neither itchy nor gross could describe as the frizzly, dreadful hair rubbed against my brow. I didn't even want to see his face. I wanted to jump backwards and run away. An unpleasant feeling, for which I didn't even know the cause. The other side of myself has nothing but questions. Hey, what are you doing? What are you disgusted by? This is the first time you've met him. It's rude to hate someone for no reason. No answers were coming. I held my silence, waiting, a damp sweat running down my forehead. When he saw that, Oishi thought maybe he was being intimidating, and gave me a relaxed smile. Oh, please, excuse me. I'm no one suspicious, I assure you. I'm Oishi from the Okonomiya Police Department. Wait, where'd I put my card? I think, by the way, him referring to Oishi by name there is actually, like, a mistake. I don't think that that's deliberate. Me, as somebody who knows the whole plot, I don't think that's, like, a thing that's meant to be, like, so don't look too deep into it, is all I'm saying. What? This is... what? He fished through various pockets, then finally found his police ID and showed it to me, grinning dryly. He may have been trying to use those clumsy-seeming actions to ease my anxiety, but I could definitely say it didn't work. Why was I this nervous? There was a reason, of course. If I wanted today to be the same as before, then today didn't need someone who hadn't been here back then. Back then. The fact that a man who wasn't here yesterday showed up today meant that today would be a different day than those before it. That would mark the end of the fun and happy days. I gulped and erased that ominous conclusion from my mind. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. He's just an old guy who looks kind of perverted and came from the police department. Don't go deciding that the fun times are over. He just came here because of his job. Yeah, just for his job. If he's working, then he would normally go to the teacher's lounge, right? The fact that he spoke to me, yes, it must have been to ask where it was. Are you looking for the teacher's lounge? You just have to go through the entrance, and I didn't want to look at this man for another second, so I started pushing things along. Oishi, however, didn't seem to have any interest in the teacher's lounge. Oh, no. I don't have anything to do there. Could I get you to call a friend of yours, if I may be so bold? A friend? Who? A girl. Could you call Satoko Hojo-san for me? My consciousness grew faint, like I was about to pass out. Yes, my anxiety was realized. The dreadful, disgusting caterpillar was looking at me, about to crawl into my ear. Its frizzly, dreadful hair was touching my ear cavity. That's how bad it felt. What did the police need with Satoko? No. It's nothing important. I just had 2 or 3 things to ask. I'd like it if you could cooperate with me. Why? Why, of all people, was it Satoko? Why would a police officer come here in the middle of the day for something that wasn't important? This man was strange. I could smell it. And it smelled bad. Just a whiff of it made me want to grimace. I knew that this man couldn't possibly be here to deliver her lost wallet or anything. I couldn't imagine what he needed from Satoko, but it had to be something unpleasant. My throat stung with a burning pain. Burned like a parched, creviced wasteland. The wasteland broke apart deep in my throat and brought out the words from deep in my mind. You may need something from her, but I don't think Satoko needs anything from you. Could you please leave? Oishi probably hadn't expected that reply. He stood there surprised for a few moments. I did as well. I hadn't thought words like that could ever come out of my mouth. Things might still work out. This guy might have shown up out of the blue, but if I drove him off, maybe I could make it so that it never happened. If I could do that, then I could go back. Then I could get back the peace we had until yesterday. I could get it back. Well, you sure are strict. You Satoko-san's manager, perhaps? Can I not see her without an appointment? If you just want to talk to her, shouldn't you just call her? Barging into school in the middle of the day isn't normal. Breaking through a dam would have been a perfect analogy to use. Why didn't I like this man? This man shouldn't have been here. I needed to make it so that this man wasn't here. Childish, selfish emotions bubbled up from the depths of my mind, and they each came out of my mouth just as it had been formed. Not liking the guy was my own problem, but to say things so bluntly to him, even I thought I was crazy. Oh, you're the logical sort, aren't you? I'm not too good with people who talk like that. Oishi grinned and scratched at his sweaty throat. Even as he feigned stupidity, I could tell he was irritated. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, why am I looking for a fight with an old policeman here? It's not like he brought the gift of misfortune with him, all wrapped up in paper, right? Right. It wasn't like he had brought a packet of misfortune with him and was asking me to sign here, please. Rationally speaking, I understood all that. Finally, I outlasted Oishi in our game of silence, and he gave a big sigh. Then he addressed a few of my female underclassmen running around nearby. Oh, excuse me, all of you. Do you have a moment? I'd like you to call Satoko Hojo-san if you could. My underclassmen tried to smile in reply, but they noticed the oddly stiff air atmosphere around me and seemed hesitant to give a quick answer. She not here? Satoko Hojo-san?
Hojo-san, she stayed home today.
Stayed home? His face remained smiling, but his tone was clearly one of ill humor. Such conspicuous spite caused my underclassmen, who had answered honestly, to cringe in fear. I see. Dear me. I'm quite unlucky. He was still smiling broadly, but the way he laughed didn't make me feel better at all. When he noticed that his laughter wasn't getting anyone else to laugh with him, he immediately stopped. So, you girls, could you tell me the name of this boy over here? He grabbed the girls by the shoulders so they wouldn't run away and crouched down to address them at eye level. The girls flinched away from the sharp, piercing light in his eyes, and in exchange for their release, they didn't resist and told him my name. I see. Keiichi Maibara-san, is it? He said my full name. That was all he said, and yet I couldn't help but shudder. It was like he had grabbed me by the collar with just those words. Oh, could you be the son of the Maibara family I've heard so much about? I hear your father's a renowned artist. His works go on display twice a year in the Great Exhibition in Tokyo, don't they? I don't know what sort of fantastic pictures he creates, though. And there's your mother. She seems intelligent, too. I heard she was a high academic achiever. She went to some girls' university, didn't she? It's amazing for someone that age to have graduated from a girls' university. Could your mother actually be the daughter of a respectable family? At least those are the rumors. They say she's a cold person because of it. Did you know that? She only went to the very first neighborhood association meeting, right? That's certainly no good. You can't disrespect your neighbors in a place like this.
A sense of eeriness slithered up my spine. That was my first experience of true terror. I couldn't believe it felt this terrible for someone you just met to know everything about you already. Oishi clamped onto my shoulders and brought his eyes close to peer into mine. Our Hibaki game with the $2. Who would you trust with a minor, Oishi or Irie? Neither. Neither, probably. Rain, thank you for becoming a channel member.
In a place like this, it'd be far better not to make enemies, wouldn't it? If not...
Ow! Oishi dug into my shoulders with inhuman strength.
Then if something unexpected were to happen, you might see some drawbacks. Have you ever heard of karma? It's like how a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado. Grudges born in strange places could come back to you in ways you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't like that, would you? Nobody wants to have a grudge held against them. There's nothing positive about making enemies. What's the matter? Your shoulders are very stiff. Should I give you a massage? See? Feels good, right?
Ow! 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 This man wasn't just strong. It was like he knew exactly where to press to make me feel pain. Only 4 or 5 fingers were on my shoulder, and yet the pain made me want to bend over backwards. Ugh. A few of the girls from my class were pretty shaken up, but didn't seem to want to help me. They weren't sure if they should go call the teacher. As for me, I couldn't take the time to wait until the teacher got here. It hurts! Would you mind leaving things at that? You're hurting him. Behind Oishi-san, someone. To my disbelief, it was Coach.
Oh my. If it isn't Dr. Irie. It certainly has been a while since we were last in touch.
Discomforted by Coach's sudden appearance, Oishi laughed scornfully. The vise on my shoulders, however, remained as strong as ever. Never mind the greetings. Please, just let go of Maibara-kun. Oishi smiled daringly and glared straight at Coach. He didn't release me in the meantime, of course. DD Gun with the $5. Oishi is such a rotten so-and-so. I can't tell if this is his normal behavior, if he's got the madness this loop. I would just call it average cop behavior. But yeah, he's a real piece of shit.
I was just thinking of stopping by your place later, Doctor. You always seem so busy we can never have a good chat.
Yes. If you want, I'll chat with you all you like. But please be sure to have a warrant first. After all, otherwise, I can refuse to go voluntarily into questioning. Coach didn't display a shred of the weird behavior he'd shown at the baseball game and barbecue. He stared steadily at Oishi and fought so that he would release me. His chances were terribly bad, of course. Compared to the relaxed Oishi, Coach seemed like he was being defeated mentally. It made sense. Coach had a somewhat narrow stature, but Oishi's body was packed with muscles. It wasn't even a contest. But Coach was fighting for me without taking a step back. Beads of sweat formed on his face, and though he paled, he was fighting for my sake. Suddenly, Oishi laughed and let go of my shoulders. My body exhausted, I fell right onto my backside. Maibara-kun, are you all right? Damn it. Ow. I rubbed my shoulders where Oishi had latched onto them. The pain from falling over went away quickly, but this pain was lingering.
Are you alright, Maibara-kun? This is terrible. Shit. Ow. Ow. I was just giving him a little massage. Maibara-san, aren't you over-exaggerating a bit? Boys have gotten to learn to man up. I wanted to retort, but I couldn't think of anything witty. Can you lift your shoulders? Are they in pain? If you're really hurt, then you can have a proper checkup. Let's just go to the nurse's office. Coach lent me his shoulder and walked beside me. What an exaggeration. I'd be the last person to do any sort of permanent damage, right? I'm still an active police officer, you know. Come. I don't know what you needed to be here for, but if you're finished, then please leave. I'm going to complain about this directly to the chief, so please keep that in mind. Oh, that's a problem, ain't it? Oishi-san waved his hand sarcastically, pivoted around, and headed to the car parked by the school gates. And without turning back around, he got in and started the engine. Damn it. Who the hell was he? Damn it! He's a detective named Kurado Oishi. And a hooligan. Everyone in the village hates him. Maibara-san, you should be careful too. Kurado Oishi. Just like I thought, my gut instinct wasn't wrong. He would be the one to bring unhappiness, misfortune, something that would ruin our peace. Shit, I won't accept it. All these fun days can't possibly end just because some guy like him showed up. I won't accept it. Coach seemed to be familiar with the school, so he brought me to the nurse's office without much trouble. The girls from my class came along as well, looking worried. Our teacher and the principal, having noticed the disturbance, came to see what was the matter. All right, let's cool it with some of the crass jokes in chat, please. This is kind of a serious moment. We don't need to be doing that.
Maibara-kun, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Well, there was this weird man in the schoolyard just now, and Maibara-san...
Coach gently interrupted the girls trying to explain. No. It looks like he just fell and twisted something. I think he's all right, but I just wanted to make sure. If it's fine with you, I'll borrow the nurse's office for a bit. Please do, Dr. Urier. The principal gave him a deep bow. It looked like Coach was acquainted with the adults at school. He slid open the doors to the nurse's office, but there wasn't a nurse in there or anything. I'd figured. I'd never seen anyone but Chie-sensei and the principal working here. Coach didn't seem to mind the fact that there was no nurse and quickly made his way into the nurse's office. He instructed me to sit down and started washing his hands in the sink. Oh, I get it. He's the coach for the boys' baseball team. He must be pretty used to treating wounds with first aid. Could you show me where it was? Are you still in pain? No, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. I'm fine, really. I rolled up my shirt and showed him my shoulder. No bruise, not even nail marks. And yet it had hurt so much I thought my shoulders would be crushed. Even the pain had disappeared without a trace. It hurt so much, but not so much as a bruise remained. It just means he's used to doing that. Used to it, huh? The next time you meet, don't provoke him. Nothing good will come of making him angry. If you go home with an uninformed policeman by your side, your family won't like that, will they? Well, you're right. Still, what happened? Why did you end up in a fight with him? He came up and said he needed something from Satoko. Huh? Satoko-chan? Coach's gaze lowered and his expression clouded a bit. Somehow that gesture seemed to be saying Oishi was bound to come to Satoko, and did, and that it was no laughing matter. Coach fell silent in thought. Quietly, he took a compress out of the first aid kit and put it on me. Does he still plan on clinging to Satoko-chan? He's a persistent man, I'll give him that. Like a snake. Coach mumbled to himself. Cling? Does that Oishi guy go to Satoko's place a lot? Coach didn't answer, but the lack of a denial served well enough. What on earth did the policeman, probably a detective or something, need from Satoko? What mistake had led a detective to cling to the sweetly smiling Satoko? Maibara-san. Oh, right. You just moved here, didn't you? Yes, I did, but... Have you heard anything about Oyashiro-sama's curse and about Satoko-chan? Well, I knew a few things about it, certainly. Satoko's parents were dam proponents, and their accidental death was because of the curse. You mean that? Coach smiled thinly and dryly. So you know, he said, dropping his gaze. If I recalled correctly, there was an accident on a viewing platform at the public park she'd gone to with her family, and her parents died. And then, it was just Big Brother and Little Sister. And then she was with Rika-chan, and... When they lost their parents, Satoko-chan and her brother, Satoshi-kun, were given to their uncle and wife to care for them. Oh, is that so? Their parents died in the accident, and Satoshi ran away, leaving only Satoko to start living with Rika-chan. I'd known that much, but this was the first time I'd heard they'd been brought to their uncle and aunt. Their uncle was Satoko-chan's father's younger brother. Unfortunately, neither of the couple were people deserving of respect. Coach normally picked his words politely, so when he came out and said they didn't deserve respect, it really made me wonder what kind of people they were. As soon as Satoko-chan's parents came out in support of the dam, their uncle and aunt took on a lot of the shame in the village as well. They would never have welcomed in Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun. I've heard that for the siblings, it was a very rough life. Bit by bit, Coach told me about the numerous agonies the Hojo siblings had suffered at their uncle's house. As their guardians, their aunt and uncle sucked up everything belonging to their immediate family. Satoko and Satoshi were crammed into a small room, and their lives were laden with things that were miserable both for their bodies and minds. In the first place, since apparently their aunt and uncle weren't on good terms, there was no end to their fighting. And as if in revenge for that, whenever they saw Satoko or Satoshi's face, they would always find fault with them, scold them, yell at them, strike them, and take away meals as punishment. I still shudder to think about it. You've never known any Satoko but the energetic and healthy one now. So you probably couldn't imagine her face being so deathly pale, a girl always standing dazed in the shade of the trees. I couldn't imagine it, and I didn't want to. That's honestly how I felt. But at the very least, Satoko wasn't like that anymore. She may have had a miserable life in the past, but it was different now. Something happened to change that life. Last year, on the night of the Watanagashi festival, their aunt died. She was beaten to death by a deviant with a baseball bat. Rumors spread of the curse having killed an enemy of the village on the night of the festival. This death wasn't a simple homicide either. They whispered that it was actually Oyashiro-sama's curse. A few days later, the deviant arrested for drug use confessed to further offenses and the incident was resolved. However, though it was resolved, no one knew whether the part about it being Oyashiro-sama's curse was true or not. Their uncle's part of Hinamizawa, after all. He apparently grew incredibly frightened of Oyashiro-sama's curse and went into hiding. From what I've heard, he's staying with an intimate lady friend somewhere in Okinomiya. And Satoko and Satoshi. Were they released? Their aunt died and their uncle fled. There was nobody left to torment the siblings then, but as if picking up their torch, that man started showing up with alarming tenacity. That man? Then Coach lowered his voice just a bit as if being aware of his surroundings. I mean Oishi. Oishi. The guy from before. The events that just occurred came back to me. The hard-to-describe ominous sensation I'd felt from him came back to me. He's a little strange. The chain of incidents surrounding Oyashiro-sama's curse have been all solved, and yet he alone doesn't want to accept that. Accept it? The incidents were all solved, and the detective supposedly with the police department didn't accept that? People say that something bad will surely happen to those he gets close to. In Hinamizawa, they think Oishi is Oyashiro-sama's. Kei-chan! The door flew open with a rattle, and Mion came rushing in. Rena and Rika-chan came running in a few steps behind her, and then Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun and a few more of our classmates. Kei-chan! Did Oishi do something to you? Are you hurt? Calm down, Mion-san. He's not injured. I only gave him a compress just in case. Oh, sorry. The noise. Sorry. I accidentally pulled my microphone wire. That's my bad.
Keiichi-kun, are you really okay? Okay? Everyone was saying stuff about how you were being strangled.
Calm down, Rena. He just squeezed my shoulders really hard. See, there's not even a bruise.
Meep.
Jeez, what the heck were you all doing? We're friends, right? Why were you just standing around? Why didn't you help Kei-chan?
We're sorry, President.
Mion yelled at our classmates, baring her fangs. Tomita-kun and the others hung their heads in silence. Quit it, Mion. Tomita-kun and the others weren't even there. Stop blaming them. Damn it! Oishi. Mion kicked the floor with her heel a few times, her temper running hot. Our teacher, overhearing the commotion, arrived as well.
Hey, come on, everyone. Don't make so much noise in the nurse's office. President, take everyone and leave, please.
Come on, everyone. Let's get going. Kiichi-kun's fine. You too, Mi-chan.
Mion was letting her emotions get the best of her, so Rena stepped in instead and led everyone out of the nurse's office. The detective from Okinomiya Station, Kurado Oishi. It looked like the first impression I'd gotten from him hadn't been mistaken. Satoko's absence had amplified the vague apprehensions I'd felt since yesterday, and Oishi's appearance basically sealed the deal. All right. I'll get going. I originally came here for Chie-sensei. So you had something to do here. Sorry for causing you trouble. Don't be so humble, he said, smiling easily. There was a side benefit to all of this. I was lucky enough to experience... okay, yeah, shut up, man. With the usual, for Coach anyway, parting words, he instead continued. Please excuse me. You weren't wounded badly, but please avoid putting pressure on your shoulders or anything along those lines. If you get a high fever, if it starts to swell, contact me right away, okay? I don't think it'll happen, though. Oh, that's right. Coach, before everyone came in, you were going to say something about what people think Oishi is to Oyashiro-sama. As he was about to leave the nurse's office, Coach placed a hand on the door and stopped. Right. They think he's Oyashiro-sama's servant. They're just bad-mouthing him, though. Oyashiro-sama's servant? Do you know about the serial freak death incidents that occur in Hinamizawa every year on the night of the Watanakashi festival? Otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse? What freak deaths? What? Now that I thought about it, I did seem to remember overhearing Mion or someone in class talking about it like a ghost story. On the festival day in June, one person would always die, and another person would be spirited away, but they seemed to call it demoning away here. What a fine story that was. I figured they must have made it up to scare me, but it was true. I don't have any idea who first suggested this, but at some point, everyone started calling Oishi Oyashiro-sama's servant. Why? Because the rumors go that he decides the sacrifices for the curse every year. Whenever June came around, Oishi would start paying frequent visits to Hinamizawa, because Oishi had been persistently questioning most of the dead or disappeared people. 4 years ago, it was known that the victim of the dismemberment, rumored to be the sacrifice, had been seeing Oishi numerous times leading up to the incident. The sacrifices 3 years ago were Satoko's parents. Right before their accidental deaths, Oishi had apparently visited their home. The one who disappeared 2 years ago was Rika-chan's mother. And again, people know that before she vanished, Oishi had been talking to her extremely frequently. The one who disappeared last year, Satoko's older brother, Satoshi. Satoshi, too, had apparently been approached by Oishi many times before he vanished. And then, this year, this time, Oishi was trying to contact Satoko. This isn't a freaking joke. The rumors, Maibara-san. There's just some rumors to that effect. I hadn't said that because of the rumors of Oishi being Oyashiro-sama's servant, or his contacting someone foreshadowing who would be the sacrifice that year. It was because the ominous hatred I felt towards Oishi was becoming more substantiated, more real. Today, Satoko. She was absent today. Wait, really? That looked like news to Coach. I had thought he might have known why Satoko was absent today, but... Then I'll get going. You should go back to the others and put their minds at ease. You're right. I will. Coach left the nurse's office and headed towards the teacher's lounge. Whew.
Research notes.
The Hojo family. Every year, Oyashiro-sama's curse claims 2 victims. This means that with 4 years in a row, there have been 8 now, but it's worthwhile to note that half of them have been members of this family. Note, the curse on the 2nd year, a certain falling accident, involved the death of Hojo, a dam proponent, and the disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead the following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. The curse on the 4th year involved the death of the Hojo siblings' aunt, who was then their foster mother, and the disappearance of the eldest brother. The Hojo family is a poor one, and it's very hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went very well. Apparently, upon re-employment via family connections, there was a plan for them to return to the home of the mother side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the Hinamizawa Dam project and the payment of a large amount of compensation money was essentially a windfall. Mr. Hojo actively embraced the Ministry of Construction's negotiations from the early stage and was selected as a representative of the dam proponents. It was rumored that he had been bought out by the Ministry of Construction for doing so, but the truth is unknown. However, the dam proponents were in the vastly outnumbered minority. In addition, as the Sonozaki family strengthened its own foundation and promised support against the dam, all of the proponents save for Mr. Hojo switched over to the anti-dam side. At this point, Hinamizawa was completely united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge of the dam project's proponents. He was essentially used as a scapegoat for the anti-dam coalition. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oyashiro-sama's curse and the dismemberment incident. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left today who supported the dam project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there were any candidates left for the curse, it's the husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year, Teppei Hojo, and Mr. Hojo's daughter, Satoko Hojo. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left. Will this year's curse come down to one of the two of them? There is more than enough value in observing them both.
And OOISHI'S post memo.
To OOISHI-san. There was a call from you from Section 4's Chief Shigeharu. Apparently the slaughtered corpse in the Oshikawa River is related to the S group, as we thought. We're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to their limits with money from the S group, reaching around 100 million yen. It appears there were 3 or 4 men with former S group connections involved in this. They've already disappeared along with millions of yen. The deceased was tortured on that point for information, and she was clearly slaughtered as an example to others. There are apparently some real wizards chasing down the people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters to related Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's still no evidence that Teppei Hojo is one of those people. As far as Chief Shigeharu can tell, he hasn't been told anything. He was her pimp, but she didn't trust him at all, did she? Teppei Hojo has left the apartment in Okinomiya and has returned to his former residence in Hinamizawa.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Think we might have our answer for why Satoko didn't show up to school. I wholeheartedly wanted to protect her. I wanted more than anybody else what was best for her. These emotions born from kindness eventually became murderous intent, my pure white intentions stained in red and black. And even as I understood that it meant the destruction of my day-to-day life I so wanted to protect. To Tarigoroshi. Where did I go wrong? Looking for the answer, the tragedy spreads ever wider. Is Hojo-san staying home today, too? Furude-san, do you know anything? The teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika-chan hung her head, unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. The teacher called Rika-chan up and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the dais. At first, Rika-chan said that Satoko's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie. because every day Rika-chan brought Satoko's bento with her.
Satoko-chan, I wonder what happened.
Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know most of all. It was already the 3rd day since Satoko's first absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. Until just last Sunday, everything had been so much fun. I had reached out to Satoko like a real older brother, and we spent that time quietly, but warm and comfortable. So why had it suddenly been flipped over? The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse ever since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me the night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Corrado Oishi, Oyashiro-sama's servant. Shit, that's impossible. They can't decide Satoko will be the curse victim this year just because he showed up. Just what sort of slip-up had I committed to cause those fun times to end so suddenly? Yes, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rena had spoken of the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance, and it was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was the slip-up that invited Oyashiro-sama's servant. It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it, ever. I obviously wasn't the only one suppressing my feelings. Mion and Rena were too. Everyone in the class was doing it. Rika-chan knew something about Satoko's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika-chan still held a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun. But she was being unbelievably stubborn about this whole thing. She didn't want to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her.
If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just have to wait. And she might not be talking because it's something not worth saying.
There was no persuasive power in reassurance given with an anxious face like that. Mion was being taciturn and just looked up at the sky with a somehow annoyed expression. I couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika-chan wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or if she was concerned over Satoko's well-being. And what about me? My anxiety was suffocating me day after day. If someone else were looking at me, then maybe I'd look annoyed like Mion did. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun.
My bro-san, do you have a minute?
Did your ball get stuck again? You guys have to get it yourselves this time. Don't rely on the older kids for everything. I didn't feel like going along with them, so I was a little unsympathetic with my response.
We heard a little interesting rumor.
A rumor?
Yeah. I just thought it might have something to do with that.
A rumor? About Satoko. They hadn't said that, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school building, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid, like always. Students didn't really come here because they wanted to. It might, however, have been the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, these rumors, they're about why Satoko is absent, right?
We don't know if it has something to do with that, though. Or maybe...
What on earth happened to Satoko? Is she sick? Or could she be, like, really sick or injured or something?
No, actually, it's the opposite. I heard my grandma saying that she came to buy tofu at our shop yesterday.
Oh, Tomita's family runs a tofu shop, added Okamura-kun. She went shopping. To buy some tofu? My voice sounds so stupefied even I can tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had, when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu. So, how was she? Did she look okay? Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better? Or was she using crutches, or did she have bandages on her? No, there wasn't really any signs of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved that it wasn't illness or an injury. But my anxiety wasn't going away, because Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's expressions weren't looking any better. She apparently came to buy one soft piece of tofu, but my grandma said it was strange. Strange? Why? What's wrong with buying soft tofu? Irritated by how roundabout they were being, I had to desperately fight that irritation from creeping into my voice.
Well, Hojo and Furude live by themselves, and they don't have that much money, right? So they only ever buy the cheaper, firmer type of tofu.
They've never bought the soft stuff. It's the most expensive thing there. Soft or hard. They're both tofu, right? Maybe she just wanted to eat some great tofu or something. Well, maybe, but... I knew how transparent I sounded right then. This wasn't anything trivial. It was some kind of important clue. Not the cheap firm tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping not in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what those things meant. As I thought hard about it, Okamura-kun took his turn to speak. Me next. This is just a rumor, but apparently he's back. He? Who? Who's back? Hojo's uncle. Satoko's uncle. Right. I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Satoko and Satoshi lost their parents in the accident. Hojo's uncle, they say he skipped town last year, scared of Oyashiro-sama's curse. He's really scary and violent, like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who had tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okonomiya in fear of the curse. Why would she be staying home from school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because her uncle came back? My underclassmen clammed up and looked downwards. There must have been some big hint buried in there. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mio and Rena about it, maybe they'd know something. Oh, my bad, you two. You were nice enough to talk about it, and I started hammering you with questions. Oh, no, it's okay. Now we know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time gravely ill. That's worth something, right? That might be true, but it still won't. It won't make the clouds over my mind fade away. Maibara-san, over there! Okamura-kun cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Startled, I turned around, and on the way to the other side of the schoolyard near the school gate, I saw a figure trudging forth. It's Hojo! I burst into a run faster than I could speak, so that, as quickly as possible, I could see with my own eyes that she was okay. Satoko! Satoko seemed taken aback by me shouting and running over to her.
Oh, my, what is it, Keiichi-san? You surprised me with all the yelling and running.
Stupid. Enough about me already. 3 days. What happened, Satoko? I was so worried.
What a worrywart. It was only 3 days. You're such a worrywart, Keiichi-san.
From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Satoko, but I could tell she was clearly acting strangely. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason. Hojo! Were you alright? Were you sick or something? Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun both expressed their concerns. Just what happened, anyway? 3 days! Do you know how worried I was?
Oh, I do so apologize. I was just giving the house a good cleaning. We haven't used it for a rather long time, so everything was covered in dust.
Huh? Satoko, what are you talking about? Why would you have to stay home from school to clean the house? Satoko didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by me and headed for the entrance.
Gosh, it is nearly about lunchtime, is it not? I'm just starving.
It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me she wanted lunch since she was so hungry. Well, whatever. Rika-chan's been bringing your lunch for 3 days now. You look like you can eat it today. Let's just go to the classroom and put everyone's minds at ease.
You're right. I suppose I may have caused everyone to worry. Oh, it sure is tough being popular.
I put a hand on Satoko's shoulder as we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Satoko looked somehow weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I had thought. But now I actually started to have quite different fears. What the heck happened, Satoko? Everyone in the class, of course, reacted in the same exact way I had. We worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions.
I truly do apologize for causing such a fuss. Oh!
As she cackled, she chowed down on the bento Rika-chan had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Satoko's arrival, because our teacher sprinted into the classroom, her breathing ragged.
Hojo-san!
Oh, Sensei. I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days. Oh, as you can see, I'm as fit as a fiddle.
I was very worried about you. When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge. I have a lot to talk to you about.
I must be in for a good schooling for those 3 days I cut class.
Satoko laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head, and the rest of the class burst out into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Satoko healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class surrounding her. What a relief, right, Rena?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad she's okay.
I looked at Rena and knew. She had a sense that something about Satoko was off too. I looked to see Mion detached from the clamor as well, with a somewhat grim expression. But Rika-chan, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Satoko finished them. Finally, Satoko was satisfied, and after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered that she'd been called to the teacher's lounge.
It's such a pain, but I think she'll be angrier if I don't go. I'll go with you.
Satoko rises from her seat, and Rika-chan runs over to her.
I do apologize, Keiichi-san. I'll be right back after getting scolded.
Right. I mean, I could go with you too. But we're all comrades in getting scolded in the teacher's lounge ever since the curry incident, right?
That won't be necessary. Keiichi should mind the place while we're away.
Rika-chan's words were gentle, but the firm rejection was clear in her eyes. The two of them exited into the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broken apart, and went back to their usual lunch break banter. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, not Mion, and of course not Rena. They stared at the classroom exit Satoko and Rika-chan had left through, their expressions a little distant and grim. We're all friends. Isn't that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rena turned around with dubious expressions. I won't keep anything from my friends, so I'll tell you what I just heard a little while ago. I told them the stories I heard from Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun earlier about the tofu shop and how Satoko's uncle had apparently come back. All at once, without letting them speak. And that's all I know. So if either of you know anything, please say so. I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mion and Rena's eyes in turn. Rena stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she wasn't hiding anything. Then our gazes turned to Mion. It's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares, and began to talk timidly as if she was guilty of something. It's just, now that you've said something, Kei-chan, I guess I have to talk about it.
Mi-chan, you know something?
Well, I mean, I knew from the first day that Satoko's uncle had come home. That he just randomly showed up in Hinamizawa last Sunday. Why didn't you tell us that? I'm sorry, but... My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, look down, and hang her head uncomfortably.
Keiichi-kun, it's nothing to get angry about. You're scaring Mi-chan.
Oh. Sorry I shouted at you. I lowered my head in apology. Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinomiya, had collapsed. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Hinamizawa. And, on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran into Satoko and brought her back to the house. Why did he bring her with him? Because he's a good-for-nothing slob. He can't even cook by himself, much less do any cleaning.
But that's... He brought Satoko-chan back to have her cook and clean?
I remember that she said she had been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into place, into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. And as for what the puzzle depicted, when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly. Satoko was locked up at home and tormented into doing the housework. Those are the rumors. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? I nearly yelled that at Mion, but hastily stopped myself.
Mi-chan, is that true?
I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if that's true or not. Mion looked down again, staring at the floor, grew quiet.
Just like last year? Like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife?
But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right? If Satoko is that important, then there shouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there?
Keiichi-kun, I don't know what grounds you have for saying that, but you shouldn't be so irresponsible.
Rena clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant. Fine. Then do you know something, Rena?
I don't know anything either. I didn't know her uncle had taken her into the house until hearing it just now. But the situation is different from a year ago.
The situation is different. What does that mean?
Satoshi-kun isn't here.
Satoshi really cared about his little sister. He always stuck up for her. He was her shield, so that she would be affected just a little less by their mean aunt and uncle's fighting.
The mean uncle and Satoko-chan are the only ones living there now. Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Keiichi-kun? He only ever came back because the lady he was depending on vanished, and he couldn't look after himself. Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Satoko-chan kindly?
She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Satoko not being tormented. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry too. I sounded like I was interrogating you, didn't I? Hell.
An awkward atmosphere floated among us. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Satoko and Rika-chan at our side.
All right. We're starting afternoon class. Class president, please. Everybody stand up. Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me.
I couldn't read anything from Satoko's vaguely sheepish expression, but given the clouded look Rika-chan was wearing behind her, it was tough to laugh off the disquieting story I'd heard from Mion.
Alright, first time in a while everyone's been here. Let's all have a roaring good time with the whole club.
Yeah, perfect. Indeed, in times like these, the best thing to do is obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in a club activity.
Just what I was waiting for. Hey, Satoko-chan, let's play.
There was that game you liked, wasn't there? What was it again? It doesn't matter which. Tell me?
Mion laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the club locker, and lined them up on the desks. I think that was the first time Mion's ever let someone else decide on a game for her. I could tell she was being especially considerate to Satoko, thinking that whatever her circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be some comfort, some diversion. Satoko seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side.
I'm very grateful, but your feelings are enough. There are many things I need to do, so...
Even Rika-chan hung her head in remorse.
Oh, hey, whoa, seriously? All the club members are here for once and we're not playing anything? Desertion in the face of the enemy? What was the punishment game for? What was the punishment game for it? What part of the club constitution was that in?
Stop it, Mi-chan. We can't force her to play with us.
Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything. I just thought it would be more fun for sure if we did something exciting.
Really, I'm happy you feel that way. Don't worry. Next we meet, you'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap.
Satoko, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today and apologized. She quickly put her things into her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye.
Satoko.
Rika-chan stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be part of the club activities. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of her classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming from some faraway world. This is boring. The silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back into the locker. Everyone just stared absently at Satoko's seat, now empty.
Rika-chan, maybe you could tell us about it now?
Rena made as gentle a smile as she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika-chan. Even without hearing it from her, we pretty much knew the situation at this point. Satoko's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back home to Hinamizawa, and he had taken Satoko back home and forced her to do all the household work. And that all had been pretty rough on her. Thinking this was common knowledge to everyone, I skipped to the important part. How's the situation? Maybe Mion and Rena wanted to ask the same question. Nobody spoke. We all just stared, waiting for Rika-chan's reply. Rika-chan still didn't answer us. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign. Last year, was it? It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were here, right? Yeah. At the time, they were mostly just caught between their aunt and uncle fighting. One of the ways we helped out was with the club, by reducing her time at home as much as we could, but he's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at school either. Shit. Satoko's not a slave. Who do you think you are, ignoring your inability to live properly and basically putting Satoko under house arrest? When you think about it, isn't this really strange? We'd need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but it's a problem, right? Can't we notify the police or something?
You're right. If we had evidence she was being abused, I think we could tell the police. And we can't talk to Okinomiya's welfare people about this?
Rena and I kept saying police, police, as though it were nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive. It's easy for you to say that. Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof? What do you mean, risks? I think it was 2 winters ago. We reported it to Okinomiya's welfare center. We told them that there was abuse happening and to do something right away.
Huh? You did? What happened?
A person came as soon as we called. She interviewed Satoko and Satoshi about what was going on. And then their uncle and his wife, too. I can understand asking Satoko and Satoshi, but wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the auntie and uncle? They said they'd base their judgments on what they heard from both sides. Great of them, wasn't it?
So, what did they decide to do?
Wait and see. What do you mean, wait and see? The uncle really studied up on this stuff. By law, you can't call it abuse unless assault or child neglect's been established. They poked and prodded Satoko and Satoshi a lot, but it never left any real marks on them. They were pretty much eating 3 meals a day and had beds. And there weren't any recordings or something like that to prove that they'd said or done anything to cause them psychological trauma. None of the villagers had ever actually seen them being violent either. No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violent in front of other people. Nobody would.
Then, what happened?
The welfare officer apparently went to visit on the same day each week for a while. The aunt and uncle knew that they were being watched, though, and didn't torment them in any way that would stand out. Of course, that wasn't the end of it.
You mean they ramped up how malicious they were being?
Mion sighed and nodded. Their aunt was really damn stubborn. She's one of the most spiteful people I've ever known. Apparently, she was doing some pretty disgusting things. Satoko was like a doll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. So what? From that conclusion, does that mean they should never have contacted child welfare in the first place? Understand? Without proof of abuse so clear anyone could see it, there's nothing we can do. In fact, it might even make the situation worse. We messed up pretty bad. After hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable, couldn't do anything, everybody hung their heads.
In other words, until we have some clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify anyone?
Well, I mean, basically, yeah. I considered Satoko's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence it would be difficult to prove. If she had some sort of external injury, that would work, but as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. And being forced to do the chores, that was a bit weak too. There had to be better evidence that she was without a doubt being abused. I know. Her uncle had ignored Satoko's existence for a whole year and went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under one of those definitions of abuse that Mion had mentioned? Child neglect?
Yeah. It's the perfect case of child neglect. What about that, Mi-chan?
If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child neglect. But he's living with her at the moment, isn't he? They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and decided to live with her, then they might just wait and see again. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure they'd interpret it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake.
Well, it's sad. This means we just have to sit quietly and wait, don't we?
The only plan I could think of was, in the end, just watching and waiting. It left me in shock when I realized that it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting it to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're going to pick a fight, it would have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money, we could be sure of victory, then that would mean pretending we didn't see Satoko's plight for a considerable amount of time. Sorry for bringing this up now, but how was Rika-chan able to live by herself? Rika-chan had lost her parents, if I recalled correctly. From what I'd heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. If she could somehow grant that freedom to Satoko too. I mean, Rika-chan, you're living without any parents, right? Don't kids with no guardians have to go to some sort of institution?
Kichi-kun, that's cruel.
I'm not saying it to be mean. I only ask because I thought maybe there would be a hint to saving Satoko. Rika-chan, sorry if I offended you. Rika-chan shook her head, not particularly disturbed.
Well, you see, it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter.
Let me explain. The mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi, is Rika-chan's guardian. He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. So you're adopted? No, not adopted. You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family.
Oh, I get it. Rika-chan lives by herself, but by law she's considered to live with the mayor, right?
Yeah, basically. And that's why Rika-chan's allowed to live separately from her guardian. However, Satoko is actually living there as a freeloader.
Meep. I don't understand how the hard things, but anyway, she's right.
Interesting that you should say that, Mion. You can be someone's guardian even if they're in another family? And shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Satoko's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan, and she could go back to her old life. Too bad it won't work. I mean, her uncle's supposedly her guardian. Wait a minute. You lost me there. What's a guardian exactly, anyway? In legal terms, a guardian and a parent weren't necessarily synonyms, so whoever was actually looking after her at home would be considered her guardian. Then, her uncle isn't her guardian. He left Satoko by herself for so long. But if he insists that he's her guardian, then that's that. It's been a few days since Satoko was taken back to her house. Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right? He's sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist. And even though he abandoned her for a year, he'd already looked after her for a whole year before that. But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history.
So then if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense?
No, but he'd have a better chance. The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her, right? The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest. Then shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real? He'd be her guardian in name and reality if he did. We just need to shelter Satoko. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but we'll stubbornly refuse him. It won't be that easy. Satoko is a growing girl, you know. It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to care for a real person. Then Coach! What about Coach? Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right? He even said it himself. Even if he's not her real father, Coach could become her guardian. He would be great at taking care of her. Stop that. Stop thinking of Satoko like a pet. All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else. You need to think more seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being. Did you ask him? Did you get an actual promise from him that he'd take Satoko under his care? No, I didn't. But Coach would definitely say yes. Huh, well fine. Even considering the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay, then what? It still wouldn't work. He couldn't become her guardian at all by himself. That's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he couldn't do it. Shit, what the hell? Why is being single such a disadvantage in this society? Then all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you?
Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa? I'm not sure.
See? It's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone. And you can't go into it thinking you'll push Satoko into someone else just for a little while. You're being naive, Kei-chan. Shit, damn it, what the hell? I'm desperately thinking of how to save Satoko and all you're saying is no, no! Don't you care about Satoko at all? Are you even worried about our friend one bit? What do you have to say for yourself? I didn't mean that, but it won't just be that easy, and it's not that difficult a problem. We just need to have some rich people look after Satoko for a while, that's all. Right, what about your family, Mion? You always brag about how great it is being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you? From what you've said, you must live in a gigantic house. My house? No, that won't happen. My grandma would never allow it. Then what about your relatives in Okonomiya? From what I heard, they're living in luxury themselves. There's plenty of shops your relatives manage in town, too. Your family are basically millionaires, aren't they? No, that won't work. Going to Okonomiya is even more out of the question. My father, he'd never let it happen, ever. Hey. Normally you'd act all high and mighty, like a bigwig, and now you're being all spineless? What the hell? You just gonna sit by and watch Satoko suffer? No, I don't, but... I mean, I want to help her as much as you. But that's different, a different story. How is it a different story? How can you be so cold-hearted? Your friend is in trouble! What are you gonna do if you don't rescue her? You're our president! Our club president! Save her! Save her from this crisis! If you don't save her right now, you're not her friend! You're not even human! I don't know if you have any humanity left in you. Are you listening to me, Mion? My emotions all exploded out of me, and I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just wanted to make Mion agree with me, even if I had to force her. If she did, Satoko's problems would be solved. If pushing her would solve the issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? I'm asking you, asshole! Well, say something, Mion Sonozaki!
Me?
Mion, looking down with a grim face, began sobbing. Her hands were clenched into trembling fists, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that mean? This isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room now, and we have to do something to save Satoko. And as I thought that, Rena spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm.
Keiichi-kun, if Mi-chan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family? I know someone in Hinamizawa who lives in a big, nice house.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. You got a splendid family and you're leaving it out of things?
My family? My family is...
You're friends, right? Save her, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan's cold-hearted after all. Since you're so considerate towards friends, you should lead by example. Just the 3 of you are living in that huge house, right? Then you've probably got plenty of spare rooms. You should just give a few more of the empty ones to Satoko-chan. And then her worries would all be over. What's this? We're done already? That was pretty quick. Okay, great. Congratulations on solving the problem. Then, are we done for today? I'm going home. Hooray, hooray! Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. Haven't done that in a while. I was so worried about Satoko-chan until now that I didn't feel like going to play at all. I wonder what I'll find today. How? Say something, will you? Why am I the only one talking? Say something, you bastard! Are you listening, Keiichi Maebara?
Even the cicadas seemed to cower in fear. Rena, her shoulders bobbing up and down, and me, who had forgotten to breathe. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale, and Rika-chan, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff, and it petrified us where we stood. Rattle. The sound of the chair as Rena sat back down after having stood up finally allowed everyone present to take a breath. Rena had shown me just how much I'd hurt Mion.
Rena's scary.
After a few moments, Rika-chan cut into the frozen air.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rika-chan. Mi-chan, I'm sorry to you too. I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi-kun?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for being so unreasonable.
Were you saying all of that to me before? You said it while glaring at Mi-chan, so I totally thought you were talking to her.
Rena had such strength that you wouldn't have imagined it normally. All I did was spout terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her. Mion. I'm sorry. I've lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had got me that riled up. I thought of myself as Satoko's Nini, so I only had good intentions, that I'd think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet... It's okay. You were worrying with everything you had, but all I was saying was that nothing would work, so I'm sorry. I did something wrong too. Mion rubbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fists and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down without glancing at the other. Someone I don't know who heaved a sigh. Satoko, being tormented, had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Satoko? How had they brought it to an end? Right. In the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who had brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. On the night of Watanagashi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death, but it hadn't been done to save Satoko or Satoshi. Right. It really was just a coincidence. Satoko's friends, who needed to do something for her most of all, could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Satoko's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yes, a miracle. A miracle one could only wait for. Is waiting all we can do? Sorry, just let me respond to a message real quick. Sorry, had to... Anywho, is waiting all we can do? Not for evidence of abuse, not for something that minor.
Wait, for what?
A miracle. No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solutions, so it was the only thing that we could do. We're powerless. That one word Mion dropped was the finishing hit. It was hot. My body was sticky with sweat. The worst month, June. Thank you, everybody, for the compliments on the acting, by the way. I knew that scene was going to be pretty hard to depict with all of the gravitas that it deserved, so I really threw myself into it. I hope it paid off. I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go.
I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and gotten my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I asked them, so I asked one of our other classmates where Satoko's actual house was. Thank you all. That house was originally her family's, apparently, not their uncle's and his wife's. Their house had been bigger, so they had taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses all in a line. Over there. I was visiting Satoko's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her, as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita-kun and the others told me was right, it'd be this house? When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? My motive for coming here was absurd. When Mion had said at the end that we were powerless, it made me sort of frustrated. I just wanted to do something, anything other than waste the days away praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. Even if I were to witness her uncle actually tormenting Satoko, what could I do? Would I act like a comic book hero, punch the guy in the face and take Satoko away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? That was ridiculous. I'm powerless. The cicadas' voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying that if I couldn't do anything and wouldn't do anything, that I should go back home. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way. But the car stopped right behind me, its horn honking shortly once. Annoyed, hadn't I gotten out of their way? I looked behind me, and a familiar face was looking at me out of the driver's seat window. Coach. Hello, Maibara-san. How unexpected to meet you all the way out here. Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat. Satoko? Satoko got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk.
I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping. He said that he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer.
She wouldn't have been able to carry all of those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Satoko's bike out from the back seat where they'd put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed to be packed full and very heavy. Those bags. 7's, Mart. Hey, isn't that a little far to go by bicycle? I looked at the bags and saw that they were filled to the brim with sake bottles, snacks that you'd eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury items.
I made it thanks to Coach. He helped me out. It was a little difficult going up those hills.
Satoko gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude, but it was incredibly awkward and even heartrending. Satoko, these groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they?
Of course not. I do not drink sake and I hate snacks. Of course I don't smoke either.
He made Satoko go to a distant store by herself on bike, so she could buy dumb shit like this? And what was their uncle doing right now, anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at this very moment if he needed to send Satoko out by herself, right? If not, then how much had Satoko suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but they may have made it onto my face. Coach might have noticed, but he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, one of the house windows clattered open, and the face of a vulgar man, the very sight of which made me immediately avert my eyes, emerged from within it. There was no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Satoko.
Satoko! You left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit!
I'm sorry, but you told me to go right away.
Shut up! You gone and ruined it. It was the good stuff, too. What'll you do about it?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Satoko miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She could be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Satoko finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She only managed to come back because she ran into Coach, and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd surely still be by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling her bicycle up that steep hill. What was with those words? Those horrible, sleazy words that he had said to Satoko? In what country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things to a young girl who'd just finished shopping? My anger, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach.
Oh, but is it Dr. Irie? Hello, hello. Why don't you come on inside too? We're in the last round, so you can get in right away. 100 yen per 1,000 points and anything goes.
No, I'll pass, thank you. I just ran into Satoko-chan and gave her a lift is all. I'll be leaving now.
Nah, come, play around. You got a lot of money, yeah?
I didn't even understand what her uncle and Coach were talking about. But I knew one thing for sure. None of what he just said had been to thank Satoko in any way.
Satoko, could you bring us our damn snacks? And start getting those beers chilled, too. Go get some cold ones from the fridge.
Tetchan, you're so harsh on her. She looks so sad. You should take better care of her.
This is how I gotta treat her. She's been like this since she was with my bro. Spoil her and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit.
Whatever, it's your draw, Tetchan. Tsubaki-san declared Richi, too. Sorry.
What? You're in Richi again, Tsubaki?
Looked like it wasn't just her uncle. Some of his friends were over. Hey, wait. What was he... No, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Satoko go shopping for your beer. What were they doing?
My uncle's friends came from town, and they're playing mahjong. He told me to prepare dinner for them as well.
What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over. For mahjong? They were too busy playing, so they sent Satoko to buy them a crapload of booze from a faraway store, and the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on? What the hell? What does that guy think he's doing? Who could get lost in some dumb game of mahjong and send Satoko to buy all this stuff? Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk. Maibara-san, you help too, please. You're a boy. You get to carry this heavy one. Coach, you're gonna let this slide? This is completely... Coach pretended he hadn't heard that violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on, help us carry them, please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy, and so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. They made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that.
Keiichi-san, there's no need to push yourself. I'll carry it.
Satoko mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight and offered to help. Stupid. Don't underestimate me. Satoko had never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest.
Coach, I'm sorry for you too. It must be heavy.
No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely, coolly. But I and I alone knew. Coach was an adult, so he just knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes. Well, it is heavy. God. Shit. It wasn't very far to the doorstep of Satoko's house, but the bag squeezed my palms and started leaving red marks. Fury welled up in me, and the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just tightly gritting my teeth was as much as I could do.
Really, thank you so much. Both of you. You really helped me here.
After we carried them to the back door, Satoko said that was enough. Occasionally we'd hear the repulsive laughing of her uncle and his friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I knew that they weren't ridiculing us, and that was why it made me so mad. They'd made Satoko shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, then ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way. But if he accidentally let his feelings slip onto his face, he'd only cause Satoko more worry. He knew all of that, and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care. Not at all. I'm happy I could be a bit of help for you. If there's anything else I can help with, please tell me.
Yes, I really am happy you feel that way.
That he feels that way. Those words were sad. Satoko herself was sad and resigned that we could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I wanted to help Satoko, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up within me and rising into my throat. Trembling all over, I almost started to cry from my fury. Me too. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you whenever you need. So, hang in there. I wanted to at least give her those trite words, saying that I'd help her whenever she wanted.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to.
Satoko seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this, when my house was in the opposite direction from school.
All right. You should get going. They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they'll get mad at you for.
She felt guilty getting us involved after we'd helped her, because she wanted to be the only one to suffer this misfortune. That's how it looked, and it hurt. I handed my supermarket bag over to Satoko, and then I noticed on the back of Satoko's hand there was something that looked like a bruise. Hey, Satoko, what the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear it from Satoko to know how this bruise came to be.
I just slipped on the stairs and hit it a little. Please pay it no mind.
You're lying! Coach nudged me in the back. And then he put his index finger to his mouth to chide me for being so loud.
Really, thank you so much. Until tomorrow, I hope we can see each other at school.
That's not what I'm talking about. I asked you how you got that bruise on your hand. The evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling on her neck and her legs and other places too.
I fell down the stairs.
The very moment my violent, rampaging emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I found my mouth being tightly clamped on. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping around me tightly with his hands. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. I could only groan, which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep within me, because otherwise I'd surely explode into a million pieces that very moment. So I groaned, from my mouth, from my whole body, while heat fell in drops from my eyes. I groaned and groaned. I groaned to the point of exhaustion. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I was still wringing it all out. I understand how you feel. I really do, Maibara-san. Please just endure it for now. Please, I'm asking you, Maibara-san. Endure it for now. And then what, huh? What would happen to her? To Satoko? Her body and mind were wounded, and she was being made to suffer like this. Can you not even let me howl in vain at it? Is that it, Coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts? The voices of the Higurashi made me calm down. I didn't know how long it had been. Satoko abruptly gave a slight bow.
Thank you very much, Keiichi-san. Satoko.
You looked a lot like my real Nini just now. My real Nini may not be here anymore, but I have another Nini named Keiichi-san.
Yeah, you got it. I'm your Nini. And when you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what. Your Nini will rescue you for sure. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiot. If not now, then when? Satoko, she's never been in more pain in her life. If her Nini doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why did you run away? Why did you abandon her? Why did you leave Satoko behind? You don't have any right to call yourself Satoko's Nini. Hey, I won't run away. I definitely won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you, like Satoshi did. No way! I will not abandon you! Slip. Tears trickled down from Satoko's eyes. And then she narrowed her eyes into a smile. Goodbye, Nini. Satoko took her right hand and awkwardly waved to me.
I'll be alright. My Nini now helped me so much. So I'll be okay. I'll do my best. Until tomorrow, I'll be okay. So, for today, this is goodbye.
There was no way that I could say, bye, see you tomorrow. And then, from inside the house, came a throaty, disgusting voice.
Satoko! Did you bring us the snacks already?
Okay, Nini. Get going already. I'll be fine for now. Hurry.
Let's go, my bro-san. Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Satoko-chan.
Coach, Nini's house is a little far away. I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you take him home?
Yes, I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by the collar, and with strength I couldn't have imagined him having, started dragging me away. And I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Satoko. She waved her hand to us, expression still dark, and disappeared. Through the back door. Coach got into the car first, then turned around on the narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me. I know how you feel so well, it hurts. No. I think I understand it even more than you. But right now, just for now, please endure it. She understood exactly how you feel. So, please endure it. If you don't... I know already. I'm sorry. Thank you for before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Satoko's house grew farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. We made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore. Is your house that far away? It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Satoko's house. Coach didn't say anything more either. For a while, the two of us were silent, the only sounds from the gravel spraying over the road as we drove. I remembered how Rena said things were different from last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Satoko, so that less of the sparks fell onto her. But no, Satoshi isn't here. Yes, that's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that. It's a terribly sad, cruel story. But there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Satoko could depend on, that was all. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her Nini, no matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her, and no matter how much Satoko called me Nini, I couldn't do any more than that. Where on earth could Could Satoshi have gone? Right. Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother, Satoshi, he was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us. I wonder what he's been doing lately. Satoshi left home. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, or he disappeared or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Satoko now. At the time, Satoko needed him to protect her most. He wasn't here. Why isn't he here? Satoko needs him now more than ever. A lot of people talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse, but the only thing I can say is that he ran away. One of my friends said that one day he just never came back. He ran away without even leaving so much as a note for his sister. Satoshi-kun had been doing his part-time jobs a lot. At the time, Satoko-chan really wanted this huge stuffed animal. It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it. He felt so strongly about it. Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present, since he was being made to live such a pitiful life with her uncle and his wife. In the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for Satoko. Satoshi-kun disappeared, and the police looked long and hard. They found out that Satoshi-kun had withdrawn all of his savings on the day he left. After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he'd used his savings to go to Tokyo. Tokyo? For what? Again, all I can say was that he ran away. He saved up all that money so he could run away? He was that selfish? But how could he just leave Satoko behind? If he was going to run away anyway, he should have brought Satoko with him. Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger at all. He just waited until my anger naturally subsided. After listening to gravel being crushed under the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly. Please understand. Satoko-chan, left behind, arrived at the same conclusion. I'm a burden on my brother, and that's why he abandoned me. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Satoko have felt, being betrayed by the brother she loved so much. But Satoko-chan was a very strong person. Of course, she had the support of close friends too, but that was how she regained her smile. I recalled how Satoko had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika-chan a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been. But now that I think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance. She said Satoshi-kun will come back for sure. And that when he did, she wanted him to see how much she was no longer a burden. Satoko isn't a burden. She's way better at day-to-day living than me, and she can do pretty much anything. I mean, she might fall behind Rena or Rika-chan in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people. That's the result of her having worked so hard, since she didn't know when Satoshi would come home. Her efforts are so painful. While she lived with Rika-chan, while Rika-chan taught her how to handle everything flawlessly. Also that she could welcome back Satoshi at any time, so that she could show him that she wasn't ashamed. So, when is Satoshi going to come back? I asked Coach, but knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Satoko and ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oyashiro-sama's curse gets you, right? Then, that made sense. Satoshi running away, and his disappearance. That would obviously mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile, as though it were his own fault, as though he got what he deserved. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, whoever you are, Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? If that's not what happened, then I won't forgive you. When did Satoshi run away? The night of the Watanagashi festival last year, when their aunt was killed by that deviant. It was a few days after that, on Satoko-chan's birthday. On Satoko's birthday? I slammed my hands on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all the days, he could have chosen to run away. Their aunt just died a few days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? You were just about to start thinking about a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Satoko and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and the siblings would be left alone. They should have been able to be happy about that. On Satoko's birthday. Satoko was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath for her brother to return, her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing ever larger. But no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Satoko, trembling in anticipation of a great present, just when would she have to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi. You fucking idiot. I could feel my blood rising to my head in my anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Satoko still respected and adored her brother, and yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back, now when he was most needed. Yes, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother, Satoshi. So when she started to see you as her Nini, I was happy. I pray for Satoko-chan's happiness as well, but I have a position in society and a job to do every day. I have little time that I can devote to Satoko-chan. But you're different. You go to school with her and you're closer to her and Satoshi-kun in age. I know you think you can only do so much, but you're in a position where you can give Satoko-chan a hand much better than I can. So, I want you to help her enough for the both of us. That's what I wish for. But that's... Coach, you could... Of course, with my job skills, there are plenty of things only I can help her with. But in the same way, there are things only you can do for her. What I want to say is, we should both perform in every way we can. Is that a little too complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult, in a different position from all of us. Maybe I should ask him about it. Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws? No, I know even less than your average person. Why? I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others about Satoko. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see. But what would an adult think? What was it? The child welfare law? As an emergency measure to secure the safety of a juvenile, they can force him or her to separate from the parents. They can do that? So then, we could rescue Satoko from her uncle right away! Satoko-chan might not want that. Satoko doesn't want it. Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave. So then why... I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain it, but couldn't put it into the right words. Satoko-chan probably thinks of this poor treatment as a trial. A trial? This isn't some weird religion we're talking about. You might know this, but Satoshi-kun always looked out for Satoko-chan. She always relied on him, almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I'd known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Satoko from their aunt and uncle, but that was his duty as an older brother, not something to worry about. I think that may have traumatized her. Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother had made him hate her. And for Satoko, the current situation was a retelling of the story of a little over a year ago. But this time, Satoshi wasn't here. She wants to overcome this trial by herself without relying on anyone else. And that if she doesn't grow strong, then Satoshi-kun will never return. She thinks something like that now. Or so I believe. Now that he mentioned it, Satoko had never said a word about how hard it had been before. I figured she was being threatened not to talk about it, but I talked with everyone and we were wondering if we should report it to the Child Consultation Center. I've heard that a social worker was visiting Satoko-chan last year. Yes, in the end they decided to wait and see, and we thought maybe that made her get tormented even more. That was... Apparently Satoko-chan reported it herself, and as a result the abuse worsened, but was just kept out of sight. She was under even more torment,
and the burden on Satoshi-kun for protecting her rose considerably. Could Satoko... She wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting it, would she? Coach nodded quietly. Satoko-chan would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse, or feign courage and say you didn't need to. And even if you reported it in secret, she'd probably insist to the social worker that she wasn't being abused. Satoko always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I could imagine that easily. And the Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters, but they can take emergency measures without needing any permission from a court or the concerned child. If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if she denied it. For Satoko-chan, that would probably mean losing. This isn't about winning or losing. It's real life. Satoko, she's... Back on topic. After they placed her under their protection, she would be sent to a child care institution or the like. She would basically be living there, so it would mean moving away. And with the change in residence would come a change in schools, too. The changing schools. It has to be done, if that's what it'll take for her to be safe. Satoko-chan understands all of those things. All the more reason for her not to want it. Why? Because Satoko-chan's reason for living is to wait at that house for Satoshi-kun to return. The young girl abandoned by her brother. How did she find her reason to live? Try looking at it from Satoko-chan's point of view, rather than your own. I felt like he was trying to confuse me with that hard-to-understand, roundabout way of talking so unique to adults. The point was that I couldn't do anything about Satoko wanting to stay in that house, and that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see. I don't understand. What? If I feel that Satoko is really in danger, I'll take action without asking anyone's opinion. She might not be happy with the result, and she might hate me for it, but I believe that will ultimately be what brings Satoko happiness. Coach turned to me and gazed fixedly into my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had said. Why would you go that far? Coach, no rather normal adults, might not have understood, so I taught him the creed and the values I believed in. Satoko is my friend, and I am Satoko's Nini. Isn't that enough of a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as steel as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest. No. Of course that's enough. We were silent for a little while, until finally Coach said only that. Didn't we make a promise? Didn't we make a promise? I'm sorry, what? That we weren't ever going to let Satoko cry. We made a vow on that day of the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made a promise. That we wouldn't ever let Satoko cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologizing for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, it made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Satoko was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise, and my whole body suddenly fell forward. Could that be your house there? Oh, right, Maibara-san. Maibara-san would live at the Maibara residence, wouldn't he? Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. Whew.
Yep. I've already seen some people ducking out here and there, and I don't blame you at all. Please, by all means, take care of yourself. This shit's heavy. Oh, hey. Steam achievements. It's because I usually read Higurashi on a... Or, well, I mean, when I've read Higurashi in the past, it was by less Steam means, shall we say? You know what I mean. Don't worry about it. My hands are cold. Anywho. Case 31.
December 1st, 1981. Blank Prefecture, Juvenile Welfare Division report. Do not view. Do not duplicate. Case 31, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, blank years old. Residence. Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. 1. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. Number 2. Abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. Number 3. Family structure. Blanks marks abusers. Oh, circle marks abusers. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, older brother, child in question. No. In June 1980, the child's parents died in an accident and she was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. 4. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked her of the situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching. Contacted anti-abuse network in the city. As part of the suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information from former official Mr. W. Referred to 1977 document D2-3, number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He's well informed about it.
I can't remember if I've actually brought it up in Higurashi yet, but I did bring it up a lot in Umineko. But a lot of these scenes that have been happening in this stream so far should definitely remind you of the fact that Ryukishi was once a social worker before he began writing visual novels. You can definitely see it here. I went home and washed the day's sweat off in the shower. Normally, I could reset everything by taking a shower and forgetting all the bad things, but that didn't happen today. I got out of the shower to find fresh underwear placed neatly in the laundry basket. Normally, I didn't stop to think about it, but today I felt happy at my mother's consideration. At the same time, however, it made me realize how much Satoko must be suffering. At the very moment I was appreciating this gentle kindness, Satoko might be being bruised by her uncle's cruel words. Oh, wait, hold on. I just wanted to check real quick with mods, because I just remembered that a couple of you said something about break. I'm good to go, but if you guys need a break, I don't mind taking a break. Is that okay? I mean, like, or is that... I'm just asking for clarification. I'm good, I have a big stomach. I perhaps may need a minute. Okay, gotcha. Then, yeah, for Gloomy, I think... Let's see, it's 10:25. Headless, if you're good, I think... Let's take a 5-minute break. It's 10:25 here. Let's break until, like, 10:30. That sound good to everybody? Okay, cool. Then, yeah, we will be right back in about 5 minutes.
for the Y2K pride. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry it took a couple minutes more. Figured you guys wouldn't mind if I just kind of let it sit for a bit, but I was also grabbing a cinnamon roll. So now I've had water, and I've had a little thing to eat, so it should be good to keep going. Sorry again if I seemed like I skimmed past those messages before. I didn't even really think about it. I was just thinking like, oh, me? What? I don't need a break. But then I considered maybe you guys need a break. So there you go. Yes, absolutely, Gloomy. I'll mail it to you in an envelope. Alright. Whew. Alright, I'm ready. I went up to the second floor and shut myself in my bedroom. Then, facing my desk, I folded my arms. My topic of thought, of course, was Satoko. We'd thought that if we could just get a public agency to intervene in the right way, the problem would be solved. But with what Coach said, I didn't think it would be so easy. Satoko was obstinate, and she would stubbornly deny the abuse and try to endure it. And that was an act of atonement towards Satoshi, who had protected her before and then run away. As long as she thought that way, the situation wouldn't be so simple. But earlier, before Coach, I had made a clear declaration. If I thought Satoko was in danger, then I would do what I had to. In the end, that meant I was just going to wait and see, too. Nevertheless, I thought I'd drawn a clearer line than Coach or my friends had. If the time came, I would report it. Over the phone? Over the phone. I just thought he was going to follow up with that. Given Satoko's personality, she might criticize me if she found out, but I believed it was ultimately the best decision. Wait, Keiichi Maebara. Would that really be all it took for the problem to end? Say that I reported it to a public agency, like the Child Consultation Center. What if they stuck to their wait-and-see attitude like last year again? Last year they decided to do just that, and the situation improved temporarily, but then the aunt, thinking herself a laughingstock, increased her tormenting in secret. In the end, things became more underhanded than ever before. This year it was her uncle. I had just seen him for the first time today, but the man seemed much more direct, much more violent than the word underhanded could imply. He wasn't like their aunt. No, not that subtle. He was more direct. He might also assault her with punches and kicks. That could easily be discerned from the bruises and such I saw on Satoko's body. Shit. You're too naive, Keiichi Maebara. However heroic it may seem to report what was happening, if it doesn't save her, then it doesn't mean anything. Reporting things to a public agency was only one option, and leaving everything to them would be dangerous. We would need something more to guarantee Satoko's safety. I scratched madly at my head, thinking, then tilted it back, wanting at least a little bit of calm. The memories of angry arguing with my friends today came to mind. I was embarrassed that I hadn't realized it until Rena said something. She was right. My house is big. Compared to all the houses with the straw-thatched roofs in Hinamizawa, it was really big. We did actually have empty rooms. I've never thought that we were affluent, but we also never that we were poor. I just didn't admit it because people would think I was arrogant. But maybe my family really is wealthy. We had a few rooms we could lend to Satoko. The guest rooms are only in use when people related to my dad's job come and stay every once in a while. Plus, if we cleaned up a few of the rooms my dad uses for storage, they could work for her as well. As for food expenses, that might have been a more serious problem than a kid like me could imagine. Lunch every day would be manageable. All of our friends would just have to bring a little more for lunch than they usually did. With everyone pecking at everyone else's food anyway, it would be manageable. For breakfast and dinner, though, that would have to be up to Mom. I would need to convince her to lend Satoko more than just a room. Of course, I don't even think convincing her of that would be easy. About how much did it cost for one person to eat? How many tens of thousands of yen per month? They couldn't complain about it if I shouldered that, could they? I only had 10 or 20,000 yen in savings, but it was something. I actually had even more, thanks to New Year's gifts and such, but my parents had taken all that and put it into a fixed time deposit. If I could get access to that, it should add up to a lot of money. And if I got that far, I should ask Mion and Rena to share some of the burden. Of course, I wouldn't depend on that. Rena got mad at me, didn't she? About how I shouldn't just shove responsibility onto others. I'd have to ask for help. Even so, I'd basically be saving her myself. I would follow through on it. Oh, but it wouldn't only be food expenses. There were a lot of other things that you couldn't do without, like baths and laundry. My mother was awfully methodical and strict about cutting out inefficiencies, and for once, that was troublesome. She might even make reference to the money it would cost for the detergent Satoko would use for her own clothes. I couldn't think about only food expenses. I needed more money. Hey, wait, Keiichi Maebara. Since when was all of this about money? Even if you could afford it, you would need your parents' permission first. They'd be looking after a young girl for a really long time. What would I say to persuade them? Just calm down a little bit, Keiichi Maebara, and you'll realize right away that you can't. Even if you asked them seriously, they would tell you to call the police. Even if you managed to gain their empathy, why should the Maebara family have to shoulder all of that burden by itself?
that's what would happen. That was it. It was very sad and frustrating, but no matter how much I wanted to help, my resolution alone couldn't save anything. Are kids... are they really this powerless? I felt frustrated. I believed my feelings were stronger than anyone else's. I even thought they were stronger than Coach's. And yet, at that point, there were 2 knocks at my door, and Mom poked her head inside.
Were you awake? I've been calling you for dinner for a while.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. As someone financially dependent on his parents, I shouldn't say this, but I just sat around doing nothing, and food suddenly appeared. It felt so natural to me that I'd shamelessly thought of it as the responsibility of the parents who gave birth to me. But when I realized that natural thing was actually a right, I came to realize just how hard it was to grant that privilege to others. Even the boring meal in front of me, no better than it ever was, had more meaning than that tonight. There was food for 3 on the table right now, for Dad, for Mom, and for me. I couldn't imagine how hard it would be to add another place at the table. Think, Keiichi Maibara. It was hard to make food for 4, then just think about how 4 people could eat food made for 3. Oh. I changed around the way I thought, and with that I began to consider an unthinkably bold plan. That's right. I didn't need to get my parents' permission. She should just live here in secret. I got upset when I found out a while ago, but if I remembered right, if you climbed out the window, then shimmied down the first floor roof or the gutter, you could go in and out of the house directly from my room. Satoko's physical ability far surpassed my own, so it would be even easier for her. I hadn't even thought about it, but her living here secretly was actually a necessity. I'd only have to bring Satoko to my house when the public agency said they would wait and see. In other words, if Satoko's uncle continued to be her guardian. If, in such a situation, word got out that she was here, her uncle would barge in and drag Satoko back with him. Her uncle was her rightful guardian, so my parents would hand her over without an argument, no doubt. So, I needed to keep it a secret that she was living here. If it needs to be a secret, then having my parents' help would mean a lot, but you gotta deceive your allies first, like they always say. Okay. Persuading my parents was an unrealistic proposition, so I'll search for a way to have her live here in secret. When I was around, she would just have to be really quiet in my room on the 2nd floor. The issue was the daytime. If she was hiding from her uncle, then she shouldn't go to school. It might be lonely, but not going would be the better option. I could easily teach Satoko the stuff she learns in her grade. Actually, during school, I mostly help all the younger kids out rather than study my own stuff. During the day, I'd need to go to school, so I wouldn't be at home. My parents respected my privacy now that I was at this age, so they wouldn't go snooping around in my room while I was gone. I think. If she holed herself up in my room, it would be okay, right? If my parents did come, thanks to where the 2nd floor was, she could hear their approach from the sound of them coming up the steps. And there would be a little bit of time before they got all the way up, I estimated a few seconds, that she would be able to hide herself in the closet. Wait, Keiichi. Something doesn't make sense. If she can't go to school, then what will she do for lunch? Calm down already. If I could just leave her my own lunch, couldn't I? I should just go to school without lunch and get everyone else to split theirs with me. Okay, that's good. No more contradictions or oversights, right? Oh, breakfast and dinner. I could somehow get her to go without breakfast. I can go with 2 meals a day when I sleep in on Sundays, after all. Every night I'd pretend as though I had a bigger appetite than asks for a bigger helping, and then I could just somehow give part of that to Satoko. As a test, I stood up from my seat with my plate of fish in my hands.
What's wrong, Keiichi? Sit down and eat your food.
Well, I'm kinda not in a good mood. Could I eat up in my room?
You'll make a mess. Eat dinner at the dinner table.
Sorry. Hey, wait. I only tried to take away 1 plate of fish, and they ganged up on me? In reality, it was impossible for me to smuggle food away without my parents knowing about it. But it must have been worth taking the time to think about. There must be some trick, some method to avoid them realizing. Even if I can't think of one today, I might think of one tomorrow. My appetite was rapidly fading, so I finished early and went back to my room. I went back there and tried to think about it from Satoko's point of view. For example, let's say my parents were coming up the stairs right now. I've got to hide. I opened the closet. Clatter, clatter. It didn't open quietly. Hey, wait, didn't it always open real smooth and quiet? Why was it suddenly doing this now? Was this house even structurally safe? Was it already showing signs of dilapidation? Or were the hinges just not greased well enough? Could I just apply some lubricating wax? The sound itself may have been soft, but it left me uneasy as to whether my parents would detect it happening when they climbed the stairs. But this was an easy problem. I could do something about it. I just had to fix it up a little bit so that it didn't make noise anymore. For now, I'll close myself in the closet as though I'd successfully hid. I basically always left my futon out on the floor. I couldn't think of any real reason my parents would want to go into the closet. Even so, there still might be some reason they would. I might need to construct some sort of camouflage so that they wouldn't notice even if I did open it. But the more she worried about that, the less time she'd have to actually hide, meaning it would be more likely they'd hear a noise. And then, I suddenly had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom? The need to use the toilet, so obvious and yet such a fatal flaw. The only bathroom was on the first floor. It would be absolutely impossible for her to use it without my family realizing. I might need to set up a portable toilet, like a chamber pot, I guess. Satoko would hate it, so she could go in my room. But the stench would be pretty terrible. Anyone sensitive would probably notice the smell without even coming into the room. The bath was okay, though. She could just take a bath when my parents were out. But I couldn't do anything about a toilet. When her stomach started to hurt, if my parents were lazing around downstairs, she'd be in trouble. It was then that I noticed that I'd been clawing at my head with both hands. I sat down in the dark closet with my knees against my chest. I buried my face in them and tore at my hair. The more I thought, the more contradictions popped up. The more I thought, the more things failed. And the more I worried, the more I was reminded of how little power I actually had. My back started to hurt from staying in a cramped place for so long. But if I was to shelter Satoko, I would need to force her to feel this pain. To live in such a dark, narrow, suffocating place forever. But it would still be better than being abused by her uncle, or so I wanted to think. It got hard to breathe, so I gave in and crawled out of the closet. I looked at the clock, and to my surprise, it was 3:30 in the morning. It had felt like so little time, but it was so unbelievably long. When I realized that, I was slammed with a terrible urge to sleep as if the time had only just caught up with me. I didn't have enough strength to fight it, and I fell flat onto my futon. Shit. I can't just go to sleep like this. If I waste any time, that'll mean this taking the same wait-and-see attitude that Mion and Coach and everyone else did. I needed to keep worrying about how to rescue Satoko for a minute, or even a second longer than everyone else. Isn't there a better way? Isn't there a better way? That one phrase I spoke to myself swirled around and around in a spiral, and steadily took over my entire mind. From my last moment of consciousness, I thought, there were a lot of blind spots in what I'd considered tonight, but I absolutely wasn't wrong for having those ideas. Tomorrow, I would suggest this bold plan for the others. Mion might have been able to help somehow, and Rena was really sharp, so she might have a good suggestion. And above all, we needed to rescue Satoko once again, with everyone helping out. I felt pathetic for letting myself fall asleep. I'm sorry, Satoko.
Man. You can't do everything by yourself, Keiichi. It sucks. It really sucks. But you can't. The ceiling blurred into view. It was hot. There was a thin layer of moist sweat on me. The voices of the cicadas permeating my room were somehow grating to my head. What? Today's not Sunday, is it? I remembered today was a weekday and quickly brought myself to consciousness, and then, finally, I leaped out of bed. The clock read a little before 10. I was totally late. When I wandered downstairs, my mom would get mad at me. There was nothing I could do, though. After reviewing the schedule for the school day for a moment, I suitably rearranged the stuff in my bag. I hurried and got dressed, then went down the stairs. There was no sign of my parents anywhere. Maybe they went out somewhere together. So that's how it was. My mother had probably woken me up once this morning, but then I fell back asleep without remembering it. And my parents, thinking I'd gone to school, left. Something like that probably happened. I went to the front door, and as expected, it was locked. Looked like I was right. It was further evidence of my speculation being correct. When I realized my parents weren't here, I suddenly felt less like I had to rush to get to school. There was one portion of breakfast left in the dining room, probably mine. The milk they poured in had gone warm since a while ago. When I realized how hard it would be to sneak food for Satoko, yesterday I had cried. Well, thinking back on it, food wasn't the only issue in that regard. I wasn't in a position where I could care for Satoko by myself anyway. It's such a heavy thing just to save a single person. I'd seen this on TV and in comics all the time. Those feel-good words about how you'll save your friends for sure and such. Was that why I ran my mouth like that, swearing to save her? Because I wanted to feel good about it? No, that absolutely wasn't true. Because the fact was, I couldn't save her. Because I didn't want to think like an adult. Like I couldn't do anything but watch. Had Satoko gone to school today? I immediately realized that was a meaningless question. Whether or not she did, there wouldn't be a change in the environment she'd been placed in. If I couldn't save her, and no one else could either, then we could only pray for a miracle. Are we so powerless? With a vague goal of getting to school in mind, I sluggishly put on my shoes and stumbled out the front door. I had only overslept by 2 or 3 hours, but the sunlight and air felt completely different from how they usually were in the morning. Well, of course they did. Once 10 o'clock came around, you could barely call it morning anymore. I didn't feel like walking the same old route to school. I needed to ultimately end up there, but it was like I didn't want to choose the shortest route, the most proactive one to get to school. Put in a more positive light, maybe I wanted some time to walk by myself and think. I had to go to school, partly to make sure Satoko was safe, but I hadn't come up with any plans yet, nothing since last night, so the path I took from my house was in the complete opposite direction. If I went this way, I'd pass Rena's house and the dam site. It would be quite a detour. I calculated how long of a detour it would end up being, then satisfied with the answer, I started to walk. Rena had brought me to the dam site a few times. One section of it had turned into an unlawful, oversized garbage dump, and Rena really liked going fishing for junk in there. Without that, she'd come off as a completely normal girl, too. I can think of a few other qualities she could do without, but whatever. The view quickly opened up wide, and I was hit by a strong wind. There was no shelter here at this big dam site. Maybe it was a good thing I came here, though, I thought. At the very least, it was more healthy to think about stuff in a place like this instead of my cramped bedroom. I took a deep breath and filled my lungs with the rich, cold air unique to Hinamizawa. Ring, ring. I turned around reflexively. It was a bicycle bell. Considering where I was standing, I don't think they were trying to get me out of the way. They'd rang the bell because they wanted something from me.
Hey, excuse me. You're from Hinamizawa, right? Yes, why?
I've seen this person around a few times. Right, I remembered. His name, I think, was Tomitake, a freelance photographer who lived in Tokyo. He would zealously visit Hinamizawa every season to take pictures, or so Mion and the others told me, I think.
Could you tell me how to get to the Furude Shrine from here? I think I left my map at the end. I don't know where to go.
The shrine from here? I knew where everything was in my head, but explaining how to get there was difficult. I was a little irritated at having been bothered for this, but when I realized it meant my detour actually meant something, that feeling quickly faded away. I'll tell you, but it's a little difficult to explain. I could bring you there if you don't mind.
Really? I'd be in your debt. Thanks a lot. But are you sure? Did you have something to do?
Tomitake-san finally appeared to realize how strange it was for a student like me to be here at this time of day. I smoothly told him not to worry about it, then turned my back and started walking towards the Furude Shrine. Tomitake-san hurried to turn his bike around and came after me.
Sorry. Don't worry, all guys have times like when they need to split up from the pack and be lone wolves for a while.
What a free-minded freelancer. It was easier for me, too, that he was under that impression.
I'm Tomitake, a freelance photographer. I specialize in wild birds and landscapes. I'm still pretty unknown, though.
It seemed absurd for him to introduce himself when I was just showing him to the shrine, but he gave me his name, so I needed to give mine back. I'm Maibara. Pleased to meet you, I guess.
Maibara-kun? Pleased to meet you.
He seemed like a pretty silly man, but that felt kind of good considering I'd been suffocating with worry over Satoko all night. Indigo with the 5 pounds. Imagine that one meme template with the darkness around someone and then, oh my god, Tomitake. Literally. The entire chat just a second ago.
Along the way, Tomitake-san spoke at length to me about how precious the nature in Hinamizawa was and how it was a treasure trove of rare wild birds, despite my not having asked. I wasn't interested in what he had to say, but he seemed to be enjoying himself, so I left him to it. These steps will take you up to the shrine grounds.
Thank you. You really helped me out. I think I'm a little late.
As Tomitake-san mumbled to himself, he left his bicycle nearby and started to climb the stairs quickly. I didn't have a watch, but as far as my internal clock could guess, it was still a little late in the morning. School wasn't very far from here. Maybe I could kill a little more time until then. With that in mind, I went up the steps in pursuit of Tomitake-san. When I reached the top of the long staircase, I arrived at the wide-open shrine grounds that were too grand-looking for this tiny village. Tomitake-san. Oh, there he is. Looked like he was supposed to be meeting someone over here. Then he got lost and ended up being late. He was bowing to a lady who must have been the person he was meeting. That lady, I knew her.
Oh, is that you, Maibara-kun? Hello there. Are you off from school today?
What? Oh, Maibara-kun, you followed me?
I wasn't really planning to. I just wanted to kill some time.
Oh my. Arriving at work late like an executive. How refined. You certainly are famous, taking the time to look like a big shot.
What was I, a celebrity? Well, she did say my name out of nowhere anyway. I was oddly concerned about what she meant by famous.
Oh, you still can't remember my name?
This is Mio Takano-san. She works at the village clinic. Maibara-kun, you seem healthy, so you probably haven't been to the hospital much, have you?
Now that we're finally acquaintances, the next time you're sick or anything, I suppose I'll give you a little bit of special treatment.
This lady named Takano-san. I kind of didn't remember her. Maybe we'd passed each other on the street a few times, but I was pretty sure that this was the first time we'd talked. Well, this is Hinamizawa. Even if I don't know a person's name, it's not unusual for them to know mine. I glanced at Takano-san, and she had a bag and a camera. Are you photography partners? Was that why you were meeting each other?
No, we're nothing like partners. I'm but an amateur, and Jiro-san is gently initiating me into it. Right?
That's not it at all. And Takano-san's a quick learner. She could take pictures just fine without my guidance. I mean it.
I couldn't tell which of them was ahead in the conversation. Well, they certainly are. They were certainly one couple you wouldn't get tired of watching. What? That is so weird. Hibaki Gaming talking about that. Yeah, that's very strange. I don't know if that's just like a glitch or something. Yeah, I don't know. Very weird. Well, whatever.
I hope I can take some good pictures this year.
I plan on taking some of those shots of the setup tomorrow. I want to capture the festival energy shown by the preparations for it, too.
Oh, I just remembered. There was some village festival called Watanagashi or something the day after tomorrow or Sunday. They hold a service with a pile of old futons in order to give thanks to Hinamizawa's guardian deity, Oyashiro-sama, I think?
Oh, you're correct. You have quite extensive knowledge despite just having moved here. Yes, it's a festival to give thanks to Oyashiro-sama.
Takano-san smiled somehow meaningfully, but didn't tell me what part of a festival to think Oyashiro-sama needed to be laughed at.
Cryptic as ever, Takano-san. But I do wonder what will happen this year.
You know what they say, if it happens twice, it will happen a third time. And it's already happened 4 times. I think there's less evidence that it won't happen a 5th time, don't you think?
I knew what they meant by their whispered exchange. On the day of Watanagashi, a freak death always occurs, which people call Oyashiro-sama's curse, and a disappearance occurs that people call being demoned away. These strange events had happened 4 years running, and Watanagashi rapidly approaching the day after tomorrow marked the 5th.
Oyashiro-sama puts a curse on the enemies of the village, eh? If it does happen this year, I wonder who will find themselves at gunpoint. Oh, and I always come here to pray and donate money whenever I visit. It won't be me for sure.
Oh, is that so? They say that Oyashiro-sama has been especially harsh on outsiders recently, you know.
Maibara-kun may have only just moved in, but he's a proper member of Hinamizawa. But you, Jiro-san, are a stranger who only comes once a year. I wonder, will he let you go this year?
That's harsh. Tomitake-san was the only one with a pained grin, but we were all smiling, me included. Oyashiro-sama, the one who used a curse to kill people involved with the dam construction project one after the next. He killed the dam construction manager, killed Satoko's parents for supporting it, and the next year he even killed her aunt. If the demoning away was part of that curse, then you could add Satoshi to the list of victims. As I thought about it, I realized that in the serial freak death incidents, the overwhelming majority had the last name Hojo. Half of the deaths and disappearances had come from the Hojo family. The Hojo family lived here in Hinamizawa. Did that mean Oyashiro-sama punished and cursed them particularly harshly because despite that, they had been in favor of the dam? Have you heard the news that Satoko's uncle has returned? Takano-san, who had been enjoying a few words with Tomitake-san, was caught unaware by my sudden inquiry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
Satoko's parents were killed by the curse, and her aunt, too. So I was wondering if maybe, if you went in order, her uncle would be next. Her aunt had a miserable death from the curse last year, and her uncle let his fear take over and fled into town, right? Oyashiro-sama doesn't allow people to try and abandon the village, does he? I hadn't intended it to be quite this persistent, but those words, they just flowed out of my mouth without me thinking about it. Right. Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't believe in something so unrealistic, of course, but the fact was that every year, unfortunate accidents and incidents happened to enemies of the village. Like Takano-san said just now, it had happened 4 times. No one could say that there wouldn't be a 5th.
That's an interesting suggestion. Is it true that if you look at those sacrificed in previous years, those named Hojo come up... It is true that if you look at those sacrificed in previous years, those named Hojo come up quite frequently. Given how long it's gone on for, her uncle being the one to die or disappear this year isn't out of the question.
Not again, Takano-san. Don't laugh about it, it could really happen.
I'm sorry, but Oyashiro-sama's curse is my life's work.
Takano-san gave off a mysterious, somehow intellectual impression, and her life's work was mysterious in its own right. She probably really liked inexplicable supernatural phenomena or something. Takano-san, you seem like you know a lot about Oyashiro-sama. Give me your honest thoughts. Given that he's a Hojo and he's returned, what are the chances that the uncle will fall to the curse?
My what? You seem like you really want this uncle of hers dead.
That's not... I wonder. It all depends on the whims of God.
Maibara-kun, do you know the true identity of Santa Claus?
Huh? I got a strange question all of a sudden and I couldn't immediately answer.
What, you don't know? It's your daddy. The daddies in everyone's family.
What? That's what you meant? Well, of course. Everything ultimately comes down to humans in the end. After all, humans are the only ones living in the world. All strange things should be explainable in terms of human actions. I felt like I put that somewhat strangely, but Takano-san was not as dissatisfied with that reply as I might have guessed.
Oh, it's impressive that you've caught on to that at such a young age. You're right. Strange things that happen in the world of man are all caused by man for his own benefit. Maibara-kun, I'll ask you again then. This time not Santa Claus, but Oyashiro-sama. Do you know anything about who Oyashiro-sama is?
Takano-san took a step towards me and gazed into my eyes as she asked. Santa Claus was really the parents of every family's children. If lionizing that legend was a corporate tactic to try and profit during Christmas sales, then what was Oyashiro-sama really?
Oh, didn't you already say? There are only humans in this world. Everything can be explained by human actions, right?
Maibara-kun, keep this to yourself, okay? This string of freak death incidents attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. Takano-san's view is that they may be premeditated homicides, performed by the people of Hinamizawa and based on some kind of ceremony.
No, don't misunderstand me. My life's work is to research teachings, thoughts, and cultures from the viewpoint of folklorism. I don't really care at all about who the culprit really is. Just keep that in mind, please.
I could tell only that she was saying some crazy stuff. To use a food analogy, like you'd force feed a duck to be fattened, she forced her words down my throat. That's what it felt like.
And to understand that in the first place, you have to go all the way back to ancient times, when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuji, or the Demon's Abyss. The transcendents who lived there believed themselves to carry the blood of demons, and so were only half human.
Takano-san, having entered her home field, leaned forward and began to speak of ridiculous matters. Tomitake-san realized she was overawing me and interrupted for me.
Takano-san, you can't just chatter on about that stuff to Maibara-kun. Look, he's really confused.
Oh my, are you? If you want to hear more, ask me anytime. I have heaps of the grotesque stories that boys your age seem to love hearing.
Thank you. If I feel like it, I will. For now, I softly and safely gave my refusal. Takano-san seemed to be a little unhappy that Tomitake-san had rained on her parade, but she stopped talking about it then. Even so, it was still a very interesting story. That Oyashiro-sama's curse, which we thought of as strange, freak deaths, were really homicides, perpetrated by the people of the village. Well, I mean, if you thought about it logically, it would have to be. People wouldn't be dying because of a curse. Someone's obviously killing people and making it look like one.
Indeed. As for who that is, it might be safer not to try and find out.
You seem like you know, Takano-san. You may not have proof, but you seem like you believe it.
Oh my, why do you think that?
I just kind of felt it vaguely. It didn't seem like her extreme passion for this research would calm down just because these things were taboo or because it was safer and easier. This person loved walking through the profound, forbidden abyss of risks and taboos.
Let's leave it at that, Keiji-kun. I just helped you escape, and now you're trying to talk about Oyashiro-sama again. I wanted to take a nice walk while it was still cool.
Tomitake-san seemed a little disappointed not to be able to go on the date he'd planned since I brought up a weird topic. But right now, there was something I wanted to ask, just for a little bit. And that was about whether Satoko's uncle will be chosen for the curse this year. If he was, then another miracle would happen, just like last year. A terrible incident would occur again, but it would release Satoko from her unfortunate circumstances once more.
Well, I do have a few suspicions as to the kind of people who would probably become involved, of course. It's a natural, inevitable conclusion for anyone who's researched the history of Onigafuji village.
Who do you mean? What would I do if I knew? I asked that question to the other me deep inside, but got no reply.
How enthusiastic. What would you do if you knew?
Nothing, really.
If you found out, you might get into danger yourself, you know. Maybe the 5th year's curse would be you.
Takano-san, toying with the taboo, gave a devilish, satisfied smile as though nothing in the world would be more amusing. She was probably trying to tease me, but I didn't feel like going along with her little game one bit.
You like to talk pretty big, but you don't really know yourself, do you, Takano-san?
I had felt a tinge of irritation at Takano-san's roundabout way of speaking, but those emotions escaped my mouth like water flowing through a strainer. Even I was surprised at how directly I had spoken out about what I felt. Of course, I wasn't the only one taken aback.
Oh my, you're something. You may be just a boy, but you can still provoke people. How unexpectedly rugged. I don't dislike people like that, you know.
Takano-san's tongue poked out of her mouth, and I was convinced that it was a long, thin, and split in the middle like a snake's.
Alright, I'll tell you then. But you have to promise me 3 things first. 1, not to regret it no matter what I tell you. 2, not to tell it to anybody. And 3, not to tell anyone I told you.
I gulped firmly and nodded. Tomitake-san made an exaggerated expression of distress, gave a dry, vague smile, and lit a cigarette. Please, tell me. Who's putting this curse on people? Who is it? Who's deciding who gets cursed? And after I said that, I finally realized why I wanted to know.
Many of my classmates were playing freely in the schoolyard. A few of them had just run out of the school building after putting on their shoes and tapping their toes to the ground. It looked like they had just finished eating lunch. From a time manipulating standpoint, I guess I succeeded.
Oh, Maibara-san! Are you okay?
A few girls noticed me and came running over. It was only natural they were worried. You'd think if someone wasn't there in the morning, they'd be out the rest of the day. Well, I'm just late for school. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what about Satoko? Did she come today? The girls exchanged glances. I saw a thin shadow fall over their faces and knew the answer without needing to hear them reply. Satoko was absent today, too. When all was said and done, after being out 3 days, she'd only come back for 1. And now she was out again. Who knew if she would come tomorrow?
Yeah, but the teacher said that she got a phone call from Satoko-chan. She said she had a cold. Chie-sensei said everyone should make sure to rinse their mouths out really well.
Wait a minute, Chie-sensei. That's a little too thick-headed, don't you think? You're a teacher, aren't you? Why can't you be more sensitive and catch on to the fact that your pupil is sending out an SOS? But even if she did, there was nothing we could hope for. The most she could do was a home visitation. She didn't have any right to take Satoko from her uncle into safety. No matter the result, it would end up just like the public agencies with a wait-and-see attitude. It would just piss Satoko's uncle off, and her suffering would only grow deeper. Then wasn't saying that she had a cold the best option? She's right. Be careful not to catch a cold, got it? You can go now. There's still plenty of time left in lunch break. The girls excitedly scattered into the schoolyard.
Oh, Keiichi-kun!
Rena was yelling out of the classroom window, waving her hand. A moment later, Mion and Rika-chan poked their heads out too.
We were very worried that even you would be absent today.
Thank goodness. You don't seem sick. You look pretty okay.
I felt a little uncomfortable with her saying that I didn't look sick, but I didn't care that much. What happened? Overslept? Well, late is late. Think if I said I was late because of a train accident, she'd let it slide. You overslept? Mion was being a bit persistent. Was she going to put on her club president cap and scold me for being late? Well, maybe she didn't have it in for me, so I briefly stated that she was right.
There's still more bento. Everyone eat up. Without Keiichi-kun here, we couldn't have any fun.
Satoko is still absent, huh? Even Rena, feigning cheerfulness, couldn't stand to hear that, and her face darkened.
She called this morning. Apparently, she said her cold came back and she was staying home again. She said it might go on for a while, too. She must be sad, so we were all talking about going to visit.
What are you saying, Rika-chan? Not pleased with Rika-chan wearing a wide smile as though it was a happy occasion, I threw cold water on her. We know best of all she doesn't have a cold, don't we? Don't ever tell a fib like that again, not even as a joke. I'll get mad next time. Rika-chan furrowed her brow, looked down, and mumbled an apology.
It's not just you, Keiichi-kun. It's hard. For everyone.
I know I'm not the only one worrying. But none of us can do anything either, can we?
That's true, but...
I got the feeling I would cause another fight if this exchange went on. So I apologized first. Sorry. I'm sorry, so forget about what I just said. It's hard for everyone, right? It must be. It was at least clear, however, that I was the only one who had worried so much about rescuing her. At the very least, everyone else probably got the normal amount of sleep last night. Probably had good dreams, too. They definitely hadn't stayed up all night thinking so desperately. I know it might not be what you want to hear right after you get to school, but you were late today, Kei-chan. Did it have anything to do with Satoko being absent? Huh? Mion, what are you talking about? Sometimes you act kind of foolhardy, Kei-chan. When both of you and her were absent this morning, we seriously thought you might have kidnapped her and hidden her somewhere. Easy for you to say. If I could have, I'd have done that last night. None of them had really thought about how difficult that clear-as-day solution was. I was up thinking all night, thinking until the night was brightening, and then I concluded that I couldn't do anything of the sort. Don't be dumb. I couldn't hide someone. You're right. I'm sorry.
I apologize if I upset you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's eat some food. I'm starving. I took my bento box out of my bag. Everyone moved to make a spot for me to sit.
Maibara-kun, did you just get here?
And just as I was about to stick my chopsticks in, Chie-sensei came along. Yeah. Sorry for being late. I overslept. What the heck? Even the teacher was giving me that strange look.
When you're finished eating, could you and the president come to the teacher's lounge? There's something I want to talk about.
Probably about Satoko, I thought. Sensei left it at that and went back out into the hallway. Eating lunch can wait. Let's go, Mion. You're right. Mion and I exchanged looks, nodding to each other, and got up.
It's probably about Satoko-chan.
No doubt about it. They were saying she had a cold, but everyone in class knew the truth. I didn't think that wouldn't have reached the teacher's ears by now.
I kept playing dumb, so I think she gave up on asking me.
Revealing the truth to the teacher would only worsen the situation. Was that why she hadn't said anything? Or was it because she was Satoko's friend, and knew that she was trying to endure the trial of her uncle's abuse in order to get her brother to come home? What should we do? Maybe we should use this chance to get a collective opinion. What do you want to do, Rika-chan?
Meep.
Satoko's closest and best friend was Rika-chan. However much I pretended to be her Nini, it didn't come close to the amount of time they'd spent together. So I felt like her opinion should be held in the highest regard. I know why Satoko was enduring her uncle's torture. Everyone looked startled and turned to me. Back then, whenever Satoko was abused, she'd probably cried and hidden behind her brother. But Satoko thinks that in the end, that's why her brother ran away.
Who did you hear that from?
The coach, I bet. I nodded quietly. Satoko believes her brother will come back if she can withstand the abuse. Maybe that's why she's trying to push through. But that assumption has nothing to do with Satoshi coming back. It hurts to say that about Satoko, but it's the truth. Everyone hung their heads. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Satoko probably won't be happy no matter who helps her. She wants to withstand everything with her own strength. But is it really right to respect that? I don't think it is. Even if Satoko hates us for a while, I think there will come a time when we need to save her against her will. And I think that time might be now. I told them all about what I saw and how I felt when I went to Satoko's house yesterday.
Keiichi-kun, so you think we should tell someone?
Of course. Only after we're sure that reporting it to a public agency will guarantee her safety. Without being sure of that, it could just get more dangerous for her instead. It's a difficult problem. You think we can get a definite promise out of the teacher? I had no confidence, but we had to try. Meanwhile, Rika-chan had her hand raised for a while, as if asking for an opportunity to speak.
I'll leave it to Keiichi.
What? Is that okay, Rika-chan?
Keiichi is thinking about Satoko more than anybody else here. If Keiichi thinks that we need to tell someone, then I have no complaints.
Thanks. Mion, Rena, are you okay with that? Mion seemed to hesitate, not knowing if she should agree. But when she saw Rena's firm nod, she made up her mind and did the same. Okay, let's go, Mion. Right. Only Chie-sensei was in the teacher's lounge. We didn't see the principal anywhere. The schedule on the blackboard under the principal's name said, Training, going straight home. Our principal's sense of justice was too strong. Satoko's problems wouldn't be solved with something so vague. Maybe it was a stroke of good luck that he wasn't here. When the teacher saw Mion and I come in, she closed up her curry bento, saving the rest of it for later.
Sit over there, please.
She told us to take the seat and chairs directly in front of the principal's seats. I hadn't sat in this chair since doing the paperwork for transferring in. The two of us sat there uncomfortably before the teacher walked over carrying a notebook and a ballpoint pen and sat in front of us.
My Birkin, you were absent this morning. Did something happen?
I'm sorry, I overslept.
Really?
I have no reason to lie. She narrowed her eyes at me in suspicion. Now I was sure of it. She wanted to talk about Satoko.
In any case, I think you two already know, but your friend Hojo-san has been away frequently lately.
Neither Mio nor I had anything to say in response, but the teachers proceeded, not minding.
Would you happen to know anything?
Wait. Teacher proceeded, sorry, I don't know why I said plural.
Would you happen to know anything? There are some people in class spreading bad rumors.
Mion looked down and remained silent, as though she were being lectured. She sent me a quick glance. Everyone had made up their minds. They'd be leaving things to me.
Mion-kun? Or you, my Birkin? I won't get mad or anything, okay? If you know something, I just want you to tell me.
Sensei, can we ask you a question first? She must not have anticipated that response. She looked surprised. I don't know what rumors are going around about Satoko in class, but if those rumors happen to be true, what would you do, Sensei?
Well, what would I do? If it's true, then I can't leave it alone.
Can't leave what alone, exactly? What would you do? Sensei's eyebrows shot up. Maybe I said it like I was trying to pick a fight.
My Birkin, I'm being serious here.
So am I. I'm also being completely serious right now. Please answer me. If it were true, why wouldn't you leave alone? What wouldn't you leave alone? Sensei took a few breaths, then began to speak slowly.
First, I'd have to visit Hojo-san's house to confirm the situation.
Our uncle might get mad and drive you away, though. Well, okay. Let's say you did meet with Satoko and her uncle. Then what?
Then I'd ask whether it was true. Once I got the facts, I'd go from there.
Please stop talking so vaguely. What exactly would you do? Even despite my tone being so proactive, Chie-sensei bit back her emotions and listened calmly. I thought then that she was a good teacher. Chie-sensei really did have her students' best interests at heart. But she didn't have the power or authority to save Satoko. If she let her sense of justice run away with her, the situation could get more complex. Sensei folded her arms, and for a few moments she closed her eyes as though mentally concentrating. And when they opened again, there was a strictness in her eyes I'd never seen before.
There's a law called the Child Welfare Law. It clearly states that abuse against children will not be allowed no matter who it is.
So it would seem. Then what?
I'd contact the Okonomiya Child Consultation Center. You said just now that I wouldn't be turned away, didn't you? Child welfare officers can bring the police with them if the situation demands. They'll not submit to intimidation.
How many days would it take you after you contact the social worker and submit the paperwork for her to be saved?
It would be the same day. Their job's to guarantee the immediate safety of children.
I know that. That's if they decide that there's an urgent need. If they didn't, then they'd do the same as you. They'd go from there. They'd just wait and see, right? They'd just watch. It would make Satoko's uncle's mood sour, and Satoko would be stuck with him there.
Kei-chan, that's going a little too far.
I'm not lying, am I? Last year, or the year before, whatever, that's exactly what happened when the child welfare people came, isn't it? And what happened then? You and Sensei would know about it a lot better than I would. I had said too much. I didn't need Mion to tell me that. I was talking crazy and itching for a fight. I was supposed to be telling her about the situation only after I was sure we could save Satoko, but I basically told her everything right from the start. Chie-sensei looked at the clock, stood up, and picked up the phone at the principal's seat.
Hello? Put me through to extension 3455, please. Is this okay, Kei-chan? Is this really okay?
It was too late. The die had been cast. Now we could only pray.
Oh, thank you for answering my call. I'm Chie, a licensed teacher at the Hinamizawa branch school. Would Director Watanabe happen to be in the guidance office? Yes, that's right. Something urgent came up, so I'd like to contact the principal as soon as I can. Yes. Thank you. Please tell him immediately. Yes, thank you.
The teacher put down the phone and tilted her head back and took a breath like I always did.
I'll ask the two of you again. Are the rumors going around class really true?
Yes. Yesterday I went to Satoko's house, and I saw for myself just how bad it really is.
You can leave the rest to me.
I'll definitely do something for Satoko-chan.
Something? Please stop saying such ambiguous things. Not something. We have to save her.
If they end up deciding to wait and see again, how do you plan on taking responsibility?
While I was yelling, the phone rang. Chie-sensei snatched the receiver up first.
Hello? Oh, I apologize for interrupting your training. Yes. Actually, it's about the issue with Satoko Hojo-san. Yes.
Sensei waved us away, telling us we could leave now. Mion went to leave, but I held my ground. I had a responsibility to make sure she stopped saying such vague, ambiguous things. If it didn't look like she was going to say anything substantial, then I'd tell them the truth, even if I had to steal the phone from her.
Yes. No, I haven't contacted them yet. Yes. I haven't confirmed it, but it seems pretty bad from what the children are saying.
It's not just pretty bad. Do something about it! Right now! If you're going to report it, then I don't care who you tell. But I swear if they end up just waiting and watching, I will never forgive you!
I yelled angrily at Sensei and the principal on the other end. I wanted to somehow, some way, convey to them just how dangerous her situation was right now.
I understand that. I will tell them as much. Mion-kun, please take Maibara-kun back to the classroom. Yes, ma'am.
Let's go, Kei-chan. We should leave this to the teachers now. You better. Promise. Until the very last moment, I glared at Sensei. Chie-sensei was feeling pressured by the likes of me. Idiot. This isn't the time to feel pressured. Now's the time when you give me a firm nod to reassure me. Even so, we've already left things in her hands. At this point, we really can't do anything but pray. Mion shut the door to the teacher's lounge. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's, like, yes, Keiichi is getting really hot-headed about all this. You gotta keep in mind, though, he's like 14 years old. Like, he's just really upset and frustrated and doesn't really know what to do. Anyway, we're going to read these tips, and then that's going to be it for tonight. So just giving you guys the heads up. We're going to be doing theorizing and fan art after that. Article.
Article 2. Definition of child abuse. The term child abuse means the following acts committed by a custodian, meaning a person who exercises parental authority, a guardian of a minor, or other person who is currently engaged in the custody of a child. Hereinafter the same shall apply. Against a child, meaning a person who is under 18 years of age. Hereinafter the same shall apply. 1. Assault the child in a manner that will cause or is likely to cause external injuries on the body of a child. 2. Engage in indecency against the child or cause the child to engage in indecency. 3. Substantially reduce the amount of food for the child or abandon and neglect the child for a long time period in a manner that may interfere with normal development of the child mentally or physically, or otherwise materially fail to perform the duty of a custodian, or 4. Speak or behave in a manner that would significantly be traumatic to the child. Article 3. Prohibition of child abuse. No person shall abuse a child. Law number, Act number 82 of 2000. Authored by the Minister of Health and Welfare.
And statistics from the Ministry of Health and Welfare.
Year 19. Blank. Principal abusers, in cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Mother by blood, 2,943, 55%. Mother not by blood, 203, 3.8%. Father by blood, 1,445, 27%. Father not by blood, 488, 9.1%. Year 19, blank. Instances by type of abuse in cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Physical abuse, 2,780, 51.9%. Neglect, abandonment of child, 1,728, 32.3%. Psychological abuse, 458, 8.6%. Forbidden from going to school, 75, 1.4%. Sexual violence, 311, 5.8%.
All right. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. That one's hard. That one's really hard. So, I hate to so drastically shift the tone after that to doing theory and fan art, but this is the place where I wanted to stop. To keep our pace, you know, on whatever. So, yeah, that is where we're going to be stopping for now. I'm going to put on the theory thingy. And you guys talk amongst yourselves for a bit while I get the art ready. Like I said in my announcement post, by the way, I will still be looking at the tag for art on Twitter, but I am not using Twitter anymore, other than to just look at the tag during streams. So, just so you know. I am purely on Blue Sky and Tumblr now. So, okay. I think that's for that. Let's see. Okay, got that. And now, gonna look at art on the Discord. Okay, I think that's it. Probably. Unless anything comes in at the last second, but that should probably be it for now, so. Let's get looking at chat then, in that case. Okay, so let's look at what some of you guys are saying. Gona, I think the Sonozakis are definitely involved, even if they're not responsible for all the deaths. With the first culprit, I think it's likely the Sonozakis are responsible. Their rule enforcement of Hinamizawa, it makes sense that they would want to get rid of a murderer whose actions put both the dam protest and the village reputation at risk. With the second and third cases, it's hard to say. Satoko's parents could have been killed for supporting the dam project, but it also could have been an accident. Rika's father's heart attack could simply have been drugs, poison, or simply natural causes with her religious mother committing suicide to appease Oyashiro-sama's curse. The mother's suicide note naming the curse led to more people believing. At this point, I think the Sonozaki started to mess with the crime scene to erase any mention of the curse. I believe Satoshi killed his aunt, and the man who confessed to her killing was a scapegoat arranged by the Sonozakis, who could have used their connections to the Yakuza and the police to kill him, imprison, and make it seem like a suicide. At the end of Chapter 1, everything that relates to the curse is gone, the syringe, parts of the note, and even Keiichi himself, who, if arrested, would share his experience with the curse. Satoshi was in a similar state as Keiichi and was likely demoned away for the same reason. Interesting. Yeah, the Sonozakis are definitely a big source of suspicion at this point in the story. I would argue for probably a lot of people in chat right now. At least that's the impression that I've gathered. Satoko, my sweet child, you deserve so much more, and it's a shame that the adults in your life that were supposed to protect and love you didn't. Yeah, literally. There's a reason why I'm like, this chapter is probably one of the most difficult to get through in terms of its writing, but also at the same time, I would say that it is arguably like one of the best written parts of Higurashi. Like, it's just absolutely dour realism, and like just the amount of nuance there is to it, and like how everything is depicted is something that you could really only get from a writer like Ryukishi, I think, who has the experience that he does. I guess I have one thought about all of this. All of this gives me a headache. Curious about what has changed here that brought Satoko's uncle back. Well, yeah, I mean, one would have to think that it has something to do with the death of Rina, who was mentioned before, even though we don't know much about her. But one could maybe assume that for whatever reason in previous arcs, that's just maybe not something that happened, or, you know, whatever else. But we don't really know right now, I suppose. Yeah, obviously it's the lady's death, but why this time? Strange that it never occurred any other time. Yeah. Oh, what I said. Description for the chapter in Burns' poem made me think we would get some ground-shaking knowledge, but so far nothing much has happened. Kind of scared. Yeah. I'll say, you'll definitely be learning more than you think. I'll leave it at that. Jadiriel, this is my favorite arc so far. Some moments aside, Keiichi is so good here. Also, I love how Rena spent so much time saying, "I'll take you home," but when it gets serious, she is chillingly real. Yes, Rena is one of my favorite characters for that exact reason. I mean, not only the fact that she's way more intelligent than you would think, given her initial impression as a character, but she is, like, really on the pulse. Like, when she chews Keiichi out during that scene, when she turns it back around on him and is basically like, "Hey, dickhead, like, maybe think about how you are making our friend feel right now. How would you feel if I said the exact same shit to you?" And just, like, immediately makes him understand. That is a really, really good moment. She's fucking fantastic. I love Rena. Even though the Oishi thing is a translation mistake, Keiichi is definitely being influenced by past arcs with how he suddenly thinks / knows certain things without knowing precisely how. Yeah, I don't think it was a translation mistake per se. I think they just kind of forgot that he shouldn't have been saying Oishi in that moment. That might have been in the original writing as well. But I still think that is an interesting observation, yeah. Oh, hi Atropos. Welcome back. First I thought the Irie's sudden introduction on Chapter 3 was weird, but learning he is a doctor makes me believe he was the one the girls called to Keiichi's house at the end of Chapter 1. Ah, okay. That's a good catch. That's a good thought. Wooly, I do find it weird that Shion would be so chill with her family if they really killed Satoshi, given how she acted at the ladder scene. That was Mion, as far as we know. I love that scene, and I also think about how she defended Mion even after getting slapped by her the other day. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, obviously, while Mion's reaction was pretty harsh in the moment during that scene, like, I think Rena also kind of, like, in that moment sort of understands why it happened and is like, okay, I'll shut up. Not that, like, she should have slapped her, obviously, but just, like, you know, she just kind of takes it on the chin and she's like, all right, I'm backing off. I'll forget about it. It's done. C'est la vie. Because I do think that you can see in a lot of other instances, especially in the last arc, too, that, like, Rena holds a lot of affection for Mion and genuinely, like, really values her as a friend, and is pretty much, like, always advocating for her at every turn. Oh, Grifter, you got something. But I will wait until you finish your message. Wooly, Mion does not feel that strongly about him. I mean, we don't know. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. You can theorize all you want. I'm just saying that as far as we know. The kid characters from Higurashi are so interesting and kind-hearted from what we've seen of them so far, paranoia aside, obviously. Yeah, I mean, like, I think they all definitely have the best of intentions most of the time. And the ways in which they are stupid and inconsiderate sometimes mostly can be chalked up to being kids. Okay, Grifter. Wait, something I've been thinking about, and I keep saying, this is supposedly the shortest scenario. We know it's not the shortest chapter, its word count is long, but my theory is that the scenario means that they die really early. Like, I think the deaths will be on the Watanagashi, or maybe even before. That's what I think it means by being the shortest. Well, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. We have 2 streams of this arc left, so we'll see what happens. To be fair, things got dark a bit earlier than normal. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's a fair observation to make. It is kind of interesting in that respect that this arc kind of takes, I wouldn't say like that the previous horror stuff has taken a complete back seat, because we are now starting to see it crop up a little bit more and get more relevant to the story again. But for the most part, a lot of the feeling of like horror and disempowerment in the story right now has been coming from very human things, very unsupernatural things, and it's definitely just an interesting divergence to take for the story at this stage, because so far we have been very focused on the supernatural end of things. So kind of reining that in and presenting a bit more of a human horror, where, you know, where it's almost novel how the weird, like, string of murder incidents fade into the background for a while, as you just have to contend with the simple horror of domestic abuse. You know, like, it is just kind of it's a gut punch in a very different way than Higurashi has been handling its gut punches until this point. And that's one thing that I think that Tataru Goroshi is really masterful at. I don't think Chie will save Satoko. It's too early for the main conflict to be solved. I have a bad feeling. Probably a fair bad feeling to have. I suppose shortest could also mean most curt, considering how unhelpful this arc is for giving information. Fair enough. I mean, there is still some, like, stuff that I would say is useful in terms of its information. It just presents that information in a very... Well, nah, I'm not going to comment on that. Not right now. It's too early. Do we know for sure that the paranoia and aggression isn't a curse-related outside influence? How's our baseline interpretation of these characters maybe being warped? Interesting question to bring up. Atropos, I have a personal theory on why it's called the shortest arc. Oh, really? Do tell. $1,500 seconds. Huh. I wonder what that means. I have no idea. I have no idea what that could mean. Well, anyway. Junepop, I'd say this arc is helpful in showing that the supernatural isn't the only scary thing about Hinamizawa. There's daily scary things again. Or on a more silly note, because I'm not here for it. Yeah. Again, I do not blame you. I hope you're enjoying your modding break. Waiting for Grifter's other message to read that out. I feel like Keiichi is going to grow more frustrated with the adult's inability to help and do something harsh, like running away with Satoko or getting in a fight with her uncle. I'm packing to return to college. Oh, good luck. I hate packing. It's one of my least favorite things to do in the world. And I have to probably do it in the next few years. Because, I mean, unfortunately, as much as I hate it, I can't get out of here right now. But if you think we're gonna stay here forever, fuck that, dude. Not the state, anyway. No. Fuck that. Yep. Thank you. And coincidentally, if you want to help with that, please support me on Patreon. You know how it is. You know how it is. Reminder that this woman, NezumiVA, has a Patreon. That's true. That's so true. Okay, Grifters. I've said something similar, but Hinamizawa is absolutely having some mass hysteria thing going on. That's what's been going on in general. Maybe a supernatural element, but these people are losing it. This shit is like the dancing plague. There's chemicals in the water, maybe magic, IDK, but it's definitely being helped by superstitions. That's That's a very fair observation to make. Yeah, I've been so happy seeing everybody like really, really think deep about this one. But I honestly, like, while obviously I can't say how accurate any of your individual theories are at any given time, because of course I wouldn't want to spoil anything for you. Grifter, you've been kind of on the pulse, like, a lot. And I always look forward to seeing your posts at the end of these streams, in particular. Are the chemicals turning the frogs gay? They better be. I think this is genuinely the hardest chapter to solve in Higurashi, as I've seen people not getting it at all, getting it all after reading the answer arcs. Yeah, it is a little... There's a lot going on here. But, yeah. It is definitely interesting. I'm saying this because this actually happens. No IRL curses, but chemicals, beliefs, and social pressures make this stuff happen. I am so smart. I am the genius of all time. I will never die. Yeah. Hold on, what is this? What have I just been sent? What is a badly cropped evil Rena button? What does this mean, Gloomy? I mean, yes, but but I don't know what you mean. Ah, jeez. Okay. What? Okay. Oh god, I hope all right. My answer to that is yes. We'll see how that goes. Atropos with the $2, celebrating Grifter's bones, who will never dough. That's true. Man. Jadiriel, don't worry about it. We'll reveal the ramifications of this conversation later. This will come back. This is foreshadowing for a later stream. Okay. Anywho, I think that this is probably a good place to cap off theory discussion for right now. But yeah, very, very good thoughts from everybody, which means that we can now move on over to art, which I will get up with in 2 seconds. Boop. And boop. Starting off, once again, with art from Chiyoko on Twitter at Chiyoko Arts, or on Blue Sky as Chiyoko Arts. For the stream, I drew the one and only Curry Fiend, just so enamored by her curry. Makes me want curry now. I mean, she's real for that, though. She's genuinely real for that. Curry, great dish. Love it. Could always get some good curry. Also, this is very cute. Once again, I mean, like, I compliment your coloring every single time, but it really works well here. The little hard eyes are very cute. I could seriously mess up some curry right now. Literally. She's so real for that. Thank you, Chiyoko, once again, for your constantly banger contributions. Going over to Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Satoko is a good girl who deserves good things. That is so true.
I have done nothing wrong, ever, in my life.
We know this, and we love you.
How?
This is very adorable. Just bleh. The little heart mouth from Rena. Also, the updated Keiichi vest design from the Passion anime. Not many positive things that I will say about that anime, but Keiichi's outfit ain't that bad. That's one thing I will say about it. It's a little less dorky than his one in the Dean anime. Very good. They're so fluffy looking too. I love the way that you draw hair. It's always so fluffy looking. I like it. All right. Next is this from Ubidashubi.
I wish everyone who dies goes to hell no matter what. Cosmo? Wanda?
Oh my god. Classic meme. And she's so right for that. I think that she should get everything that she wants forever and always. Yeah, it is the Fairly Odd Parents meme, June Pop. Oh my god. It's very good. Good job. Next, we have this from the Grand Arcana. Wait a minute. I recognize that icon. I wonder who that could be. Satoko and Pearl. My favorite girls ever. Surely nothing bad has happened to them. Since we are on the 3rd chapter of Higurashi and the focus is on Satoko, I decided to draw an outfit swap with another fictional girl near to my heart, Pearl. They both make me so ill. Yeah, I wonder who that is. Literally, I wouldn't be able to tell. This is a cute outfit swap though. Pearl with her hair down is not something that I've ever actually thought that much about. I just always I think about her little fucking top knot all the time with her giant forehead showing. Not to make fun of her. She's a child. I'm not making fun of her. It's just it looks wrong. It's like looking at a guy who has a mustache all the time, except he doesn't have a mustache. It's like where to go? What? You know what I mean. Big ass forehead. But this is very cute. Marcy is bullying fictional minors. Sorry. Next up, from the Discord, we have from Dav, Space Caribou. The silly. I'm currently out of town and busy, so I can't catch stream, but I drew this Satoko on the plane. Her life is not very silly right now, unfortunately, so hold each other tight, Satoko Nation. Yeah, she deserves more silliness. And thankfully, we can look at this wonderful plane doodle and only imagine that this smile will return to her face eventually, hopefully. Very cute, Dev. And have a good time on your trip. And then, finally, last but not least, provided by Gloomy Squids. Joke art to cope. Marcy, your performance is bringing me to tears. How dare you be an amazing voice actress. Thank you. Haha, silly. Keiichi cannot cook. His ass is burning that shit. I don't know if you wanted me to read the spoiler text, by the way. Just, you know. Leaving that there, but... Okay. I didn't want to if I didn't have your permission, so fair enough. I just wanted to clarify. But yeah, I remember this chapter resonating with me a bit too much when I first saw it as a kid. I appreciate the way that you're handling this. Yeah, I definitely wanted to impress upon people with the, you know, the pre-stream warning and everything, and also just, you know, like I even kind of like trying to curb some of the jokey talk a little bit more earlier, just because, like, you know, I just want this to be taken with the gravity that it deserves. But yeah.
Get his ass out of the kitchen. His ass is burning the food, Nipa.
Fuck! the screaming Keiichi. God. Please do not let him cook. Get him out of the kitchen, please. Very good. And let's do a little cycle round. Boop, 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 boop. Very good art from everybody, as always. So, yeah. Let's see. Anything else before we have to go? Next Tuesday, we'll be picking up Dual Destinies again, now that we're done with Eden's Garden Chapter 1. So, that will be returning. Next Friday, obviously, is Higurashi, as usual. Anything else? I'm getting very close to having this next video. Well, not, like, I wouldn't say it's, like, close to done, but it's pretty far along, provided it does not have any copyright troubles, hopefully. We'll see. It includes a lot of clips from a lot of different things, so God, I just hope YouTube is normal about that. But we'll see. And yeah, I think that's it. Can't think of anything else. Maybe I'll think of something later. But I mean, other than the fact, obviously, as I iterated earlier, for people who didn't catch any of my announcements, not on Twitter anymore. So, want to follow my social medias? It's Blue Sky, it's Tumblr, at NezumiVA on both. Also, you could join the Discord if you pledge to the Patreon. That'd be cool. It'd be fun. But yeah, I think that is definitely it now. So I will see you guys on either next Friday or next Tuesday, hopefully, depending on whether you watch both or only watch one, is what it is. But until then, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I will see you next time. Bye!